Emperor of America. Yeah, I'm alright. The weather's getting better, so it's less arthritis pain. Oh no. Sorry to hear. Hey, Ron. Yes. Nice. Well, that was pleasant. Except for I was breathing. Yeah. That's kind of off-putting. What a crazy day. Crazy, crazy. Pretty good. So like I was just hanging out. I just finished eating lunch or whatever, kicking back, got all my chores done and shit. My brother calls up. He's like, "Yeah, I'm freaked out." I'm like, "Why? What happened?" And like, apparently they hired on like a few new guys recently onto the road crew, and they sent 3 of them or 4 of them out in the one truck to go do a project. And the one guy said he felt sick from when they got there to the yard. So they're like, well, just take a nap in the truck, and then if you feel better, do some work or whatever, try to make it. So then they came back, and the guy was like complaining, like, yo, is he gonna get paid for sleeping in the truck for 10 hours? And like my brother's like, what do you mean? Like he's been asleep the whole time? And they're like, yeah. And so like he went to check on him, and dude wasn't responsive. So they like took him out and put him in the place and did CPR and whatnot. And like they had to make sure he didn't need defibrillation and all that. And like he died, but paramedics resuscitated him, but then he died later on at the hospital. So I talked to him for a good while to get him back to normal. Cheered up. It's like that's crazy as shit. Then my friend finally came over. I had to do a deposition because her ex is trying to screw her in court. And he's trying to get away with beating her up. So like I had to do my testimony, write it down, and get all the information for the attorneys so I can send them a list. Chime. What is Chime, like the banking app? But yeah, she's down to do like a talk on it. So maybe that'll be tomorrow. That way she wants to, like, I think talking about it gets out of her system. So it's like, yeah, I'm down to let you out. It'd be therapeutic. Therapeutic. Where the hell is Tennessee? Motherfucker called me at 7:30 in the morning. Fuck, bro. It's the roughest wake up ever. My phone ringing. True, true. Oh yeah, that's where I know it from, that commercial. Why are you smiling, Rogero? Because I get my paycheck 2 days early. This muchacho guapo. Could you imagine though? You're like just dying and nobody even fucking checks on you. That's what got me. It's like that's what was bugging him too. He's just like, I can't believe nobody would think to check on him. Like, right? I would have been checking on him just to be like, yo, wake the fuck up and work, son. At least, you know? But none of them thought, out of 8 people that were total on the job site, none of them thought to check on that dude. But they're pretty sure it was like a drug overdose. I prefer rice checks to spell checks. Right? Aaron knows what's up. He was thinking the same thing. Rice checks with fucking can of butter on them. Mmm. Edible trail mix. I made a batch of the wet walnuts with THC in it for like an ice cream treat for somebody. They haven't picked them up yet. They're just sitting in my fridge with the label that says "Do not eat these," despite how good they look. They do look easy. Why'd it be in the spam folder? Is it spamous? I don't have time. Chime! Alright, man. Have a good one. Tiffany. Oh, that sucks. What's that? Millions? Literally? Hello, Wisconsin! That show sucks, man. I don't know how anybody watches it. Like, it wasn't even that great when it was first out. Like, I watched a couple of episodes and I was like, eh, same bullshit every time. It's nonsense. Yeah, I wasn't really into it. That 70s blow. I don't know what they scream. I always listen to it and I was like, man, it sounds like they ripped off Cheap Trick hardcore. I just didn't like the Eric character. I didn't like that he was Topher and not Christopher like he really is. It just makes you want to punch him in the head. Like, no, dude, no. You're a fucking grown man. You're not Topher. You're either Chris or you're Christopher. There's rules we all gotta sustain in order for society to advance. I mean, if that's their name, but if they're named Christopher, you got to run with your name. Unless you have like one of the acceptable names like Eddie or Tommy. But like if you're Rob, you can't be Robbie anymore. That's a kid name. You got to grow up and be Robert, Rob, or Bob. That show's funny sometimes, but it's like I can't get past the mom's terrible, terrible. It's like her whole head's fake. She looks like the dog boy from Liquid Television back in the day with the plastic hair and like fake skin and everything. She creeps me out. There's so many things wrong with that show. I hate modern TV. It's written by people that never appreciated what TV was about and they have no respect for the classics. They don't even understand the classics or watch it. It's terrible. Yeah, like you can't be walking around. My name's Dick. Like, nah, not anymore. Nah. It was funny when you were in middle school, but those days are done. Like there's grown-ups that are walking around and they're still called Skippy and Skipper and shit like that, and you're like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Hey Skippy, hey Skipper. No, no, no. Rick's okay. If it was Ricky, then it would be weird, you know. But Rick's that's the grown-up form. As long as he's not Dick or especially not Dicky. Like, hey, I'm Dicky. Nice to meet you. Like, don't shake my hand, you fuck. I don't know where that hand's been, but I can imagine, and it's horrible. Dicky. Ugh, well, she's a kid, you know. She'll learn. That's why it's on to you as the grown up to teach her these things, these nuances of life. Right, right. I'm I don't have any donuts today. You have Chihuahua. You have Puerto Rican. You have bookcase. You have carpet. But someone cut off your crusts. Good. Bob would sleep through a bomb. He doesn't freak out. He's used to me. Like the only time he gets really skittish is on 4th of July. Yes, paparazzi. She's a paparazzi at best. That was fucking hilarious. Like boom, can't get no more. I'm the press. No, you're not. Uh, just imagine being so troublesome that you get outed by name, and then like all publicity is good publicity because it's publicity, I guess. But there's notoriety, and then there's like fame. Winter storms brewing, Paul. Better put chains on their tires. Well, Aaron, get some new tires, my man. I know. But, yeah, regret, don't regret it. Make it happen. Make it happen. You will make it happen. And it happened. Very, very, very cool. Very cool. Very, very. Yeah. Oh, they're off size. I hate that shit. That would be my plight in life. No matter what size tires I had, they were always the off size. They were either larger or smaller than the normal ones. And then there was a couple of cars where they were low profiles, and that pissed me off. Like, why do I have to have low profiles? That was when I was married still. That shit bugged the fucking life out of me. That's all I could think. Fucking $300 a tire. Like, no. Let's just get some regular rims. No, we need sports. I mean, it was a sweet car, but uh, right? Or if they have like the junkyard where you can go and pull them off, or just find like a car that has your size and just put it up on blocks in the middle of the night and steal their tires. It'd be like, it's okay. I'm Antifa. I identify as being able to get away with this. My constitutions. Well, no, see, like not all the tires are bad. There's people that get into like accidents and their car's totaled and it goes to the junker and they part it out. There's all kinds of brand new tires there. A lot of people don't. That's why the used tire shops sprang up because people were just like, fuck it, we can get them from the junkyard and go resell them for fucking. They're buying them for 5 and reselling them for 20. But if you buy them for 5 and take them in with the rims, it's only $7 for them to pop them off the rim and change it out for you for tires. So I don't know. It's cheaper routes. It's cheaper to keep her. Cheaper to bury your face in her beaver. Well, yeah. It doesn't always translate over. Felicity Blizzax. I wish I knew some Bulgarian tunes. That would be my guess, because I smoke blacks, and I've heard people say that many times. Blizzax, because it's Snoop Dogg-alicious. Oh. Yeah. bad. I had to get the oxidation off. See, they're cleaner sounding now. Before they had that scratch sound to them, like that was bugging me because it sounded like my pick was catching on rust. But I don't have issues with high pitched noises, so. Oh, I was done. I just had to clean them off. They're all clean. You're safe. This is a safe space. We're all your friends here. We're only doing this because we care about you. And we want to see you succeed. Well, how am I supposed to know? I don't know. Was I supposed to, like, guess that that would affect you that way? No. I said sorry, but I wasn't aware. I wasn't intentionally doing it to, like, hurt anybody's ears. I was just trying to make my guitar sound a little better. My bad. I know, it's okay. In the future, I'll be silenter, so that way I don't trigger anybody's hearing things. Because I know some people are sensitive, like I can't have the lights flash, or that'll trigger stuff. I don't mind being accommodating. I just have to know, you know? Sound is the weapon of the future. Like you can make certain sounds that'll just it'll drop a person cold. It's really interesting science if you look into it. Delete. Um, I want to say probably not. They did that on South Park, like they had the Brown Note episode. I've never got it to work personally. I don't know if it's because it didn't have enough bass amp to back up the bass, but we tuned it with the frequency meter. Ah! Oh, that's even worse. It's a Walgreens commercial, and the old lady's like got a prosthetic foot and whatnot, but it's like the worst fake foot ever. It doesn't even look like her foot. It looks like Barney Rubble's foot. And it's a young foot, and this woman's like 80 something. Like, it was surreal. And this commercial begs the question again: why the fuck are grown-ups so obsessed with drinking Pedialyte? It's fucking ridiculous. It's just like Idiocracy said. I gotta get my electrolytes. I gotta get my electrolytes. Goddamn ridiculous. Hey Fred, hey Fred, quit fucking my wife. See, that's what's the kind of stuff I want. Like when my mom sends packages, it's like, why don't you send me that? Send me my Fred Flintstone mask. I have a full size Fred Flintstone mask. It's dope. I love it. I haven't got to wear it in years. It's just sitting there doing nothing. She threw away my boar's head because she thought it was wicked. Like I had taken a mounted boar's head and gutted it out, and I made that into a mask to wear on stage, and that pissed me off. And she threw away my demented angel statue. That was animatronic, which I was pissed because it had like a really cool miniature guitar on it. Yeah, like I used to make the coolest creepy shit ever because I would make videos with it for music. I'd make my own videos. It'd be like shots of the woods and shit like that. But then I have like different puppets and different animatronics. I kind of wish I hadn't sold Joel Toby. I liked that puppet a lot. It was a doll baby, but he had the 9-inch purple dildo for a dick with balls on the front. And that was puppeted too, so you could make the dick dance around while the doll's dancing around. But then I did like tribal tattoo work all over the face with the Sharpie. It was crazy. I gotta find that video in my footage. Like we were fucking around one night, homeboy was passed out on my couch at the after party. Everybody's like, damn, look at that bitch, he already passed out. So I was making the puppet like dance on his back and smacking him in the face with the dildo. And like he grabbed it and started sucking it like a thumb. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I've got the camera running for this. This is perfect, perfect, perfect. And fucking everybody started laughing. He wakes up. He's like, oh, what? And we're like, dude, you grabbed it like you wanted it. He couldn't deny it because we had the footage. Like everybody was filming it. So there's like 5 different camera angles. It's like fucking the Zapruder film. If you look over here, you can see that the dick was clearly gripped and propped right on in there like a lollipop. He was going to town on that thing. He was eager for the work. Don't you have to have a special camera for that? It's like scratched just so that I can feel it. Biscuits. Then along came biscuits. 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 Biscuits, you know what that motherfucking Tennessee did? He fucking called me at 7:30 in the morning today and woke me up long enough to swipe down as quick as humanly possible so I could pass back out before going into a psychotic detachment. Where's this cute fucking slowly boop bop boop? That's horrible. I just had to go in settings and I'll set like his personal ringtone to silent. I don't mind dealing with him, just not at 7:30 in the fucking morning, right? Like, bro, I'll just barely get to sleep. I'm just barely entering my secondary stage of sleep after 2.5 hours at that point. You wake me up, but what? What? What was so important And it was so important that you didn't text me like later on, like, hey, I wanted to say this, or you like, can canny people. Booty, 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 booty. See, I still see the word a lot of. It's a time lag. A lot of times, Biscuits is a gypsy. She did gypsy magic and made Kenzie sick. Nah, they found out like people were lying. They caught him lying or some shit. I heard the news on it, but I didn't really pay attention. They said Marilyn Manson's apparently innocent. And the people were fabricating evidence and they got caught or something. I don't know. I didn't care enough to know, so I just kind of skimmed it. I took a nibble at it and put it back on the plate, and it just wasn't my taste. So, yeah. Mm, eh, mm, eh, mm, mwah, mwah. Marilyn Manson, not Charles Manson. Tony Crackers. Nope. Oh, it was so bad. So bad. Pretty sure, didn't Charles Manson die? If he hasn't, he will soon. Like, he's got to be older than shit now. Amber Turd. Alrighty. Try not to get too stressed out tomorrow. Don't smoke any rocks. Rocks are bad for you, brah. They're no bueno, brah. Because it's crack, brah. You don't smoke crack, brah. You know? It's okay. I don't judge people based on what they listen to, whether it's something I listen to as well or if I don't, you know what I mean? Like that's just personal taste. Just like if you like hamburgers with ketchup or mustard or not. It doesn't bug me one way or the other. As long as it's not being crammed down my throat 24/7, you know. Stick his shit on a plate and feed it to her. Like Ron Burgundy. He's like, eat the shit. I am not eating shit. Yes, you will. You eat the shit, I will let you have a steak. Man, you can't confuse the little dog shit with the human shit. It's the circumference and the diameter. It's going to be proportional to the orifice that it was played out of. Do you think she dragged her ass across the carpet after she did it? You know how like dogs like to do that stupid shit? Dogs. What a funny thing. I know, just imagine having to act like Captain Jack Sparrow for every fucking fan. Like, it was just a movie, people. Let it go. Do it! Do Captain Jack Sparrow! Captain Jack Sparrow! It'd be like, it's your one song ever that your band made that nobody, like, that's all people want to hear is one song. Because that's all he's got. Like, they don't want to hear Edward Scissorhands. You could have stuffed her into your belly button and she would have never been seen again. Like Jonah when he was in the mighty fish, setting sail. And then what? He's going to be like, thank you. You're my knight in shining armor. I'm going to whisk you away to the fairy tale wedding and you're going to live in my castle with me. And we'll ride around on horses and fuck in the vineyard. That sounds like fan fiction to me. At least with Edward Scissorhands, you could get scissored. Ha. Scissor timber. You never know. He's in Hollywood, getting that Hollywood blue. Neither will his pecker, girl. He's got a deficient penis from all the years of alcohol abuse. It gives you whiskey dick. And all these people doing their butt play and all that shit, they're wearing Depends when they're old. It's not like rocket science. You can figure it out. You putting shit in your pee hole and doing all kinds of weird shit to your dick. Wearing cock rings and crazy shit, and fucking you end up fucking having to wear Depends. Because your piss pump goes bad. Or you drank it to death, and then you have to take ED medicine. It's hilarious. Copious amounts. Good word use. Bonus points. He's old and he's got nothing better to do, and he's got access and time to burn. Like, what is he supposed to do? Not get faded? Like everybody else thinks, like, oh, I'll take a trip here, I'll take a trip there. It's like, well, what do you do when you've taken a trip to all these places many, many times? Like, it's like going to grandma's house. You've been there 100 times. It's cool still, but, you know, it's not as zesty. He's probably doing mushrooms because they're legal. It's the hot thing in America. Everybody's rediscovered mushrooms, but now everybody's microdosing. So it's even more spectacular. The plan is working. Soon you will all be subjugated. Prepare accordingly. Uh-huh. Yeah, you just have to have the right kind and the right dosage for a person. Some people need up to 1.5 grams, and that's still a microdose. Like I can eat like 2 grams, and it's like I need to eat more because it doesn't really faze me. It just gives me like I want to go to the club and dance kind of energy, but not ridiculous amounts. It's more like a body high at that point. But then like 12, 14 grams, and it's like, yeah, let's fucking go. It's pretty much like being drunk, happy, but also in a dream state, but completely clear-minded. You're not incoherent or babbling. Like you're focused. You can function really, really well. It's just when you do too much, that's when your brain's just like green and you start hallucinating. Or do you? You never know. Once it hits the physical plane, it's like, what is this? Because it's solid at that point, and there's no other way to explain it. Amber Heard looks like they should be doing a telethon for her to research and cure whatever she has. She looks weird. She doesn't look like a human. She looks like a Sleestak wearing white face with the worst wig. Like, I don't understand where these people get blockhead. Like, remember Gumby? And, like, Gumby was normal, even with his weird shaped head. But the blockheads were straight up blockheads. Gumby. Urgh. Why not? As long as his reputation's clear, he can get back in the game, you know? Now that he's fucking old as dirt. Or at least he won't lose everything he has. He'll have to live like a poor person. Not always. Not always. Not That's what I said. I let my friend tell her story. She wants to tell her story tomorrow and like film it so she can get it out there because she needs advice and shit like that or something. She had other ideas too. Some kind of she had a ghost story or some shit. I don't know. Like she straight up went to him with fuck. She has evidence that dude was beating her, and it's like they're not paying attention to it. They don't want to hear it. It's like what the fuck? Like how does that work? Like you have fucking proof. How do you get to ignore evidence? Like, I don't get it. It's fucking the most bizarre thing. But I read the paperwork and it was like, what the fuck? That's crazy. How does that work? It made no sense. But yeah, kind of jealous my brother was going to defibrillate somebody. I'm like, that part of the story, I'm like, man, that would have been cool. You got a fucking clear. And you're the one that does it and you save him. Wow, what a feeling that would be. I'd much rather do that than save somebody with CPR any day. Because I'm not putting my mouth on you. Unless you're like a hot chick, you're getting CPR, but anybody else, sorry, I'm not putting my mouth on you. Yeah, see, I don't understand that. Like, what's the rub? Like, how does that work? The dude's a snake too. Like, I don't know, I can't even discuss it because you know how these things tend to go down and work out in their own way. But you know, it's just some crazy shit I was thinking about. Yeah. I think it's when they're drowning, you have to do the breathing in and out, right? Because there still might be water in the lungs. I don't know. I haven't studied that shit in a long time. But I could Google it really quick and instruct somebody. I know the Heimlich, so I could at least do that for you. They have school for that. Doesn't it just come naturally? You know, plop the baby down there and he finds it, suckles. Oh, you mean like nurses? Uh, yeah. They've been sending me shit for that, like be a CNA, and I'm like, I don't know. I just don't. I need to get the damn doctor visits over with. Maybe I'll call the lawyer tomorrow and be like, so what's going on? What do I got to do? Which doctor do I got to go see now? Because we're at the stage where they're going to go and they'll x-ray my back and they'll x-ray my neck and shoulders and see how much wear and tear is there. I need to get a hold of little man. And Matt would write a statement definitely for me. I just got to collect statements of my own. I got to get, what are the dispositions? Depositions. Schnappity schnoop snap. CNA. RNA. RNCNA. DNA. TNA. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Nah, I really don't. I don't want to change their bedpans or wipe their ass. Like, if it was my dad, I would hire somebody. Like, I'm not gonna bullshit. I'm not going in there and fucking touching him. And nah, hell no. I'll be like, here, honey, you come in here and you get paid to do this. Get on in there. Take care of that guy. It's nah. Ugh. Ah. Hell no. Hell's to the exactly. Like you don't know what's going on. They might have had like explosive, violent diarrhea, and it's just like, really? Goodness gracious. What do they think of next? Historically, it was probably funny as shit, literally, the first time it happened to anyone. Because they're like, what's wrong? I don't know. My stomach feels really crazy. And it's like bloated out. And then all of a sudden, they're just like, "Grrr." People are like, what the hell was that about? Here, like, baby mama used to do that. She would help with the people that needed it, but like not old people. they were just like high functioning, and some of them were more low functioning, but they were still allowed to be out with, supervised visits, but they were also allowed to spend their money on booze and stuff. So they were just, it was really odd. She would come home with some horror stories, and I'd just be like, yeah, I was just. My mom did long-term home care for people who were like dying, terminal patients. She said that was no picnic because you can't help but bond with them. And then like they're gonna die, so it's like it's hardcore shit. Didn't he marry Patty Dickles or Patty Pickles or whatever her name was? I didn't really watch that show. I liked Rocco's Modern Life though. That was pretty fun and weird. Twizzlers, Coke bottles. I don't feel like making toaster strudel at the moment. It's 64 degrees in here. Bad. New gig, not bad. Gig. Type of shit. I'll put that on my to-do pile, as in I'll to do it later. Shenanigans. Not in a rush. Won't take 5 minutes. Type it up. Here. I need to call Sriracha tomorrow. Be like, yo, you know what's going on with that motherfucker? Talk to him. Get his head straight. God, give me a different. Oh shit. Good job. That's my goal. I gotta start all my seeds that I got Just started clone. I need to make a clone lab.
Recordings just got back to me. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now available on.
She can announce what the fuck ever she wants. Okay. Sure. Get my email and all of that. It's in my About Me section, so you can shoot an email. Secure an address. Then I can crossbreed them. It's like a doopy-doo and then a bippity-bee-bing is plant. Oh yeah. That's how it works. Those are the terms they use. Beep boop, boy boop. That shit's all legit. Noise, noise. I haven't decided what to name mine yet. I thought about doing a contest. For like the best name, everybody can vote on it. Like help picking it. Be part of Weed history. At best, it'll hermaphrodite and self-pollinate. Seed bud. Seedzania. Missed my opportunity for the life. Yes, if you stress it out too much. That's why it's important to like not stress your plants. Don't let the temperature get extreme either way, too cold or too hot. Try to give them CO2 boosts. Don't radically alter the nutrients. You don't want to shock them. If you shock them, that's what, and then they go into survival mode, you know. Welcome back, AA Ron. AA Ron came to our planet to commit genocide on the Autobots. I was watching some guy's thing. He was like the guy that did the voice of Megatron. So I was watching it. And it made me think back to when they first had those toys back in the old days. And like Megatron looked like a fucking a wall through PPK. So like it had the arm extension and the scope and all that shit on it. And like I took it to school for show and tell. And then yeah, teacher thought it was a real gun, and I'm like, no, it's a transformer. She's like, what? And like all the kids in class like, it's a transformer, it transforms, like. And then we showed her, and she was like, oh, okay, it's just a toy. I'm like, yeah, like what? I want to say that was like first grade. Mapes. I'm not sure. There's a long. That much is certain. I disagree. Ooh.
All right.
Hold
Keep
on.
keep in mind that where I live has limitations, but
Uh-huh.
okay.
In
Wait,
the
which way is it
tundra.
going? Yeah.
Where's
Actually,
it
we don't
go?
we don't even have snow on the ground,
Right on.
but a storm's coming, so we're fucked anyways. Okay.
Did they have
So yeah.
permafrost there?
Now it's just wet outside. Okay. So
Permafrost.
no, I'm in Whitewater.
Uh, I have no frame of reference for any of that. I'm just
Whitewater
saying.
is in between Milwaukee and Madison, towards the Illinois border.
Okay, near the border. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
I
Uh,
understand that. I know one way
so
is like Ohio and the other way is the other way.
yeah, like I'm in the middle, whatever. So this is the good guy. He's little though. He's
LED lights, eh?
well, I have this light thing, and then that these were the original lights I had, but I got the other one off of
Alright, so
Poshmark.
here's what you need to do.
And these guys just sprouted.
This should be way lower.
The light shed?
Oh, yeah, you want to start them like that's too much space. Like you need to have like a low wattage while you're still vegging them like that and growing them out of seedlings. It's a stage by stage. It's
Because
like
I thought it.
180 watt lamp. It's the one with the thin bulbs. And then there's a hot bulb and a cool bulb. That way it's natural and you keep them growing 24/7 in veg.
But this is full. These are full spectrum, and I
But they
can
might,
take.
yeah, it's just, I don't know. I'll have to look into it. I don't know about if you have to raise and lower them, but I'm pretty sure, I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
from what
I'll
I
look
saw,
into
they
it.
were saying like 12, 18 inches, blah blah blah. So
Yeah, yeah.
because this can slide, I can move this one for the
Usually you
better.
want the canopy like 6 inches above, the light 6 inches above the canopy of plants. That's how I always run it.
Okay, because I did have one of these bars literally resting in the pot, but it made no difference.
Well, not at first, but once it starts getting its branch sets, it does make a difference.
Yeah, because I was thinking about like putting them like because there's like four different pieces, right? So like maybe like have them attached to the wall.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. But
I'll look into it with those lights. If you don't have to raise and lower them with those lights, that'd be
well,
okay.
you
To not have
do, you
you can
do with
pull
all
them
of them.
machines. That'd be my. I would raise them up, lower them.
Lord, okay. I thought I saw something where somebody was saying like,
What are you feeding it?
I just, well, I got the soil. I found I found it. It came from a girl who is clearly like a botanist or something. Her whole apartment's like freaking plants.
Hmm.
So I figured it was good soil. She just couldn't fit it back into her storage unit. But I got this off of Poshmark like the other day. So I mixed this in and then I mixed it into these ones before I planted them. And they were already germinated. But I just fed that one. But it's grown like twice as big.
What
Cat.
are you feeding it though? Like you got nutrients or what? Just that.
I mean, that's all the nutrients you need, I think.
All right. So like, there's a product. It's called Super Thrive. It's like $6 for a bottle. It's some old school looking shit too. The label's totally old school and everything. It looks like they brought it out of the 30s and started selling it again. And you only need like one drop in a gallon of water, and you can feed your plant for days with that while it's in the small stage. And you can increase it as it grows, and it makes it thicker and stronger. You get way more bud density and size and weight.
I mean, I
Super
look into it because shit, if I don't find money
fast.
for my electric, I won't even have a home. So I'm more worried about.
You got a fan in there?
Yeah,
Okay,
fan
right
running
on.
down, and then this fan as well. This light,
Good, good.
yeah, and it's.
You got
I mean,
you got a carbon filter? How are you gonna deal with the smell?
I don't know. Pray for the best.
No, you got to get it on a carbon filter. It looks like a big round speaker tube, like an old school bass speaker. It's about 36 inches tall. It'll run you about $100,
but
$120 tops.
well,
But
it's not happening.
you
That's
run
not
your
happening.
fan, you run your fan through that vents out through it, and it pulls all the scent through the carbon and takes all the smell out. Legitimately.
Well, maybe if I get SSI, I could do that. I'm just winging
But,
it.
well, no, I'm telling you, if you have to keep it on the download, then that's the way to go.
Oh, sure. I mean, I saw that people said they had to do carbon filters, but it's like, okay, I don't even have, my apartment doesn't even have air circulation. Like,
Yeah, but then it could have air circulation. You just have the tube going out the side of the tent and into the filter where the fan's pulling it through and pulling it through the light. Pulls it through the
okay,
lights, cools it off. You have your lights connected so that way it's pulling it through and keeping your lights cool. And then it vents out into the filter. No more smelling, and you got ventilation, and then that all circulates out into your house when it goes out of the filter.
right. And in my apartment, there is no forced air at all. And this is my room, so it would be pumping it onto my face. Like,
Well, no, it's not going to be like, whoa. It's
I
diffused.
know.
It's diffused air. Like it's totally quiet and diffused because it's going through the filtration. And you only need to change those filters like every 8 months or so. If you're really like, that's with heavy usage. With a couple of plants, you might not even have to change it for a while. You'll know as soon as it fails because it'll be like, you smell it.
Yeah, and I mean, other people, like, actually, most of the time, our hallway smells like weed, anyways. Like, uh, the landlord is like, we're not really cared. Like, we don't really care about that drug. We care about the others. So, I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much
Just
everyone's attitude.
I'm just gonna wing it.
Like, weed and booze, okay, but no crack, no PCP, no angel dust,
Nope. No hair on. That's a.
no
I
yam
mean,
yam.
yeah. Like, oh, I hate it. I get Narcan just because I'm prescribed tramadol, which isn't even a narcotic, which is so stupid. Um, so I take them and I throw them outside my window, and because there's so many like drug addicts here, they literally just pick it up, take it with them.
Do you got pH up and pH down for your water?
I have pH strips. I haven't tested my water. I know it's got to be high in chlorine. I need to just let it set out for a night because,
Yeah, you
yeah,
gotta let it sit
we have
overnight.
a lot of chlorine in our water. I could smell it.
Let it dissipate.
Hmm. Like with fish tanks.
Totes.
Or I think you could even use what, like the stuff for fish to
I don't know. I
chlorine it.
used to go straight tap water, and it still
I have,
worked.
I have been doing that to be honest with you. It seems fine,
Because
but
I wanted to know, I did it. I did a batch because when I got it to the point where my little 4 foot tray, that was like my experiment tray in my little home garden when I still had the warehouse on the other end of town with Mark and them. And like I had like my main bucket where I would have 4 plants growing in it. There's like a big planter, like a strip mall size planter,
Mhm.
and I'd have 4 big bushes in that. Then I would have offshoots of like little shit every which way that would just produce. It was like 1/4 ounce here, 1/2 ounce there, kind of shit. Just little branches I'd cloned and was like, yeah, fuck it, throw them in their bottom. But then I'd
Oh,
have
like
like my table where I did experimental shit, like tying them different ways and trying different shit to like get different sizes. So I did a batch one time. I was like, I'm just gonna feed it tap water and see if like the genetics will carry through. And like they had tested like damn near the same. It was off by like a couple of decimal points.
well, I mean, it's probably because your soil is already nutrient rich. If you've been like using it for, because I don't think a plant can grow without nutrients. That'd be a feat.
Oh no, no, I would feed it like I was feeding it liquid
Oh,
nutrients. Like my all my guys are commercial, like they're big time growers. Like we're all
oh,
it
okay.
was big time. Like
Gotcha.
yeah, like they have a nutrient lab. Like that blue shirt I wear that says Clade 9, that's the nutrient company. It's all liquid nutrients. And we actually
Man,
used to be like the research arm of it when we had that warehouse grow. Like we made it so we had strain specific nutrient blends. So if you had an OG Kush, you could get food specifically for an OG Kush.
well, that's super cool.
Yeah, it was like because it's a niche market. A that's it'll blow up. But B
Hell yeah.
really like that. Like that's the best way you would think to do it. If you got a rabbit, you can't be feeding it dog food.
True.
It needs rabbit food. So if you can grow some chronic northern lights or something like that with the right shit, man.
So that would be awesome. I don't know. I guess that fertilizer is like basically compost made into shit. Like, so like it's organic, but I don't know. I hope that it's enough to take care of them and or whatever
Yeah, yeah, I went
was
that
was
route.
what?
When I first started, I tried all that. Like you would read all the books and watch all the videos, and everybody's like, "Yeah, this really works." And I literally found somebody that had Peruvian seabird guano
Nice.
because I read it in a really like I read a master grower book, and I'm like, "Okay, Peruvian seabird guano. Where the hell do I get it?" I started looking on the internet, and I found some, and it wasn't that expensive. I think I spent like $20 for a sack of it, and then it
I
was
think
just
that
like these tubs, and I was like, "Man," like, and then Mark was like my delivery guy, and he was cool. So like I was near his house, right? Like I was literally a mile down the road from him, so I was always his last stop on the delivery route. So he would always come by and kick it, whether or not I ordered that day.
nice.
And I'd always beg him. I'd be like, "Show me how to grow," and he'd be like, "All right, I'm not going to teach you nothing until you learn about soil." He's like, "Write me a report on soil." I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Can you make soil? Like, how would you make soil?" And I'm like, "Oh, so like making soil from scratch." And he's like, "Yeah, yeah, write a report on it." Like, all right. So I fucking did
Oh,
my research and was just on the internet all night, and I cranked out a 3-page report. And then
sweet.
fucking he came over. He's like, "Hey, let's do some dabs and go to the garden. I'll go show you my garden." I'm like, "All right, but check this out." And I just like threw my paperwork on his lap. He's like, "What's this?" I'm like, "I wrote a report." And he's like, "No shit." I'm like, "Yeah, read it."
No
He's like,
shit. He was like,
he's
damn,
like,
dude,
"All right."
I'm
He's
just
like, "Here,
fucking
take
with
some
you.
hits." Yeah, he passed me. He's like, "Here, take some hits. I'll read it." And he starts reading it. He's like, "Wow, dude, bro, this is crazy." He's like, "I didn't even know some of this shit." He's like, "All right, all right." He's like, "I'll start showing you how." He's like, "First thing you got to do is get fish emulsion and super thrive." And I was like, "All right," because that'll take you through veg easily and feed the plants excellently. And you can use super thrive all the way through budding, but you only need to fish during the veg stage, until they're
Hmm.
like 4 feet or so.
I wish I knew how long the veg stage actually is for these. Ugh.
Do you have
I think
framework? Are you gonna tie them and trim them properly?
I was contemplating like what I wanted to do if they even get. I mean, they're not gonna get as big as photos do because I can't top it. You know.
So you gotta get like PVC pipe or
Okay.
sticks, solid
This.
sticks, so you can make a frame around it,
Okay.
tie it off like a wrestling ring, and then make grid work. Like they sell netting for it, but it's large
I
size,
was
so
gonna
it's
say
easy.
I was thinking about making a net. I was just gonna make a net myself and
Yeah,
put it
just
in.
make a decent network frame, and then start gently bending your branches and wrapping them around it,
Okay.
and wrap it all, and keep spreading it and wrapping it laterally, and then it all becomes top knot.
Right. I saw that. What do they call that? I forget. When you bend it like that. I'm
There's
scared that
other methods, but I can't reveal them. I have
I'm
to do.
scared
I
I'm
like
gonna
to
break the
tell.
plant when I do that. Like my luck, I try to bend it, you'd be like, Psht, and I'm like, God
No,
damn
see,
it.
that's the thing there. Anywhere you make a clipping, if you do a bend and it messes it up, just snip it off, and that'll turn into 2 branches there.
Oh, well,
You can't go wrong. You just have to learn how to selectively cut. So you're making like you want to have like all these giant arms that are making your top weight heavy, heavy, like a bonsai tree almost. A giant center cone of shit that can just spread and grow. But everything you want to bend it back and net it all the way up, and
but does an auto plant have enough time to like do some of these things? Like I feel like you're kind of like racing against the clock.
I mean, you'll see the signs. So I mean, you can't do nothing about that. You just got to do what you can until then. Just run
Yeah.
with it. If you can get it to bush up quick with nutrients, though, that's the way to do it. Just give it some boosts.
I mean, I hope it starts really growing now because the one that's a semi plant. I mean, that's already a couple of weeks. Like, I feel like it should be so much bigger because uh, there's an app like you can use to like
Well,
monitor your growth.
move the light closer.
Yeah, actually I want to put I'm gonna put the pot actually on that table underneath the one that's like hanging because that's the good light.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, I'll switch them out and then put the
and just
seedlings.
go in there and make sure you mist them a few times a day so they're getting foliar,
I do that because
mostly,
I remember you saying getting like
but
having a
not too
mist.
much. You don't want them to mold or mildew either.
Yeah,
Do you use neem oil?
neem oil. I don't know what that is.
It's like a natural. It's a plant product that repels bugs, and it makes a waxy coating on the plant, so it's nice and shiny and healthy.
Oh,
It's like a spray you get at the nursery. You spritz it up.
I mean, my biggest problem is I just hope that when they smell that, my cats don't suddenly want to eat it.
No. It's not that kind of smell. It's a scent. I
Well,
won't
cause
lie.
like
It's like how vapor rub is a scent. It's a scent.
yeah, well, my
It's not
the
horrible,
black
but it's
cat
not pleasant.
will take like if you have like decorative flowers or something, she will do everything she can to chew them shits up. But she hasn't tried to do anything in the closet. So I don't know. That's what I'm afraid of. Is if once it gets big enough that she's gonna be like, oh my god, a plant.
I hope not.
Well, I hope not too. Obviously I'll try to barricade it better.
I don't think I have anything toxic in the yard that'll harm Bob, so I'm not stressing him.
Oh no, I just don't want my plant to get murdered by my cat, bitch.
I want more bananas to grow, dude. After all this rain that had happened, I feel like there should be so many bananas growing out there.
Is there a lot of banana plants in California?
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
I didn't realize it would grow so voluptuous so quickly and easily, so I planted it in the wrong spot in my yard. But one of these days I'll get around to cloning it and taking that cluster and moving it into a planter.
Your
Because
yard
it
must be just
smells
full
like
of all kinds of
wildfire.
crazy shit growing.
I got sage, I got lavender, I got a fig tree, I got an avocado tree, there's a grapefruit tree, I
Jeez.
got mulberry trees,
Aren't those very
the neighbor's
tart?
got a lemon tree and an orange tree, so we get access to them too. I grow agave cactus, like they make tequila.
Ooh, I was thinking about San Pedro.
Oh, I got the other stuff.
Did you get like a peyote? I don't know if I want to do a peyote or uh, San Pedro. Doesn't it take a long time for like a peyote or I think there's another one you can get too. Doesn't it take like a couple of
Yeah,
years?
peyote, I've had that one for like 10 years, and it's only like so big. But it has mothered off another little one on the side, so I just got to get a hold of somebody and barter with them because you're not allowed to
Nice.
sell it. You can't sell it. It's cursed.
No,
You sell
right.
it.
Well, yeah, no, it's a
But I
big
can
no-no.
trade. I can trade them for it. And I
Sweet.
only got like, I kind of want my cousin to do it, but I don't know. I'm still pissed at him because he fucked up for me back in the day.
Cats are great plant murderers. They are, dude. Like, oh. That's why I don't know anything about plants, because, like, my mom never grew plants because cats. And she'd always kill plants. Like, I did actually plant her outside garden, but
That's the funny irony of life that my parents do for weed now. And it's like, man, after all the shit I used to get back in the day, thrown out over weed and shit, get out of the house. Do you stop smoking weed, shit like that?
right?
And then now y'all are growing some shit. Like
I know.
I don't hate on it, but at the same time, it's like for
A lot
reals,
of
y'all should be like, we're sorry, we didn't know
they
better.
should
Like you
apologize. Yeah,
motherfuckers.
right. Parents ain't gonna do that.
When my mom was out here, I made her do dabs to try it.
Shut up.
I got her into the vape pen. She was into that, but it would get her too fucking high. She's like, here, I can't do this no more. I get too wasted.
Yeah,
She's
I
like,
guess my
I'll do it.
brother
She's like,
got
I'll
my.
do half. She's like, I'll do half of your dab. So I'd like do most of my hit and then pass it to her. So she's like, oh, that might be a much. And
Dude,
I'll
the
just
first
laugh.
time is crazy. My brother choked on it and like he was high literally he's like for 3 days he was hiding in the basement.
Dude, that was like the best because it was when it was new back in the day. Like 2013 was when it really started. People started knowing about it. Like before that, just the growers knew about it.
Yeah,
And
I
like,
had never heard of it. My brother was like, because he was helping me move into the dorm at UWM. So that would have been like, yeah, 2014. Yeah.
yeah, like that when I traveled,
Yeah.
because I remember when I traveled back in 2011, I had some kind gold wax because I knew I could get that through and just be like, what is art paste? And fucking, so I had that on me and went right through customs and all that shit. And then when I
I love,
got to town back east, I was like, I had bud too, but it was like I wouldn't want to smoke. I want to smoke wax. I'm like, who's got a dab rig? And they're like, what? I'm like,
hey,
skillet. You smoke wax out of your skillet. And they're like, what's wax? And I'm like, oh my god, guys.
yeah, I had no idea. Like, stop biting me.
But like once it started gaining popularity, people would come through to buy it. And like they were always cool people and patients. They always had the paperwork, so it was legit. But like it was my job to give them their first hit.
Oh
And
my
like I would heat it up so hot that they couldn't help but do all of the hit at once, like a hot rail.
dang, they must
And
that must be what they did to my
people would just
brother
be sitting
because
there sweating. Like I'd be like, "You okay over there?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, I'm just thinking." I'm like, "What?" Thinking that you're a little bit too high. And they'd be
dude,
like, "Yeah." Like,
Yeah.
should I be feeling like this? I'm like, yeah, dude, that's how it is the first time. You're not used to the blood pressure drop like that rapid. So you go into it's like a mild shock. You're sweating and blood pressure, like, but it's funny as shit. Like, "You okay, dog? You okay?"
My brother was freaking out, and we were using my stepdad's truck, so I had to drive, and so like, I mean, I was high too, but I thought it was a very clear high, but we get home, it's like 3 a.m. or something, and my stepdad was still up, and so my brother, seriously, he left me there, and I don't even live there, and he ran downstairs and hid for 3 days because he was like, man, I'm so fucking high. I was like, damn, bro. But the funny thing is that like he used to just smoke weed in the basement. So if they didn't smell it or care about it, I don't. Well, my mom wouldn't even know what it was. But if Rick knew what it was, they don't even care. Idiot.
Rick knew.
Rick.
Do you remember that skit on Saturday Night Live?
No, I wasn't allowed to watch that.
I'll have to post it. He was like the stepdad, and the little girl was Caitlin. She was hyperactive, and she would get an idea in her head, and she was like, Rick, 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 go, Rick, 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 Rick. And he'd be like,
Yep.
what, Caitlin? What? She'd be like,
That.
I think we should do this and that and the other. And it was just crazy.
Oh my God, that actually sounds like my stepdad and my youngest daughter. Because yeah, she's totally off the wall. And so she'd be like, Ricky. And he's super passive, so he'd just be like, "Okay." That's what he says a lot. He's just like, "Okay."
Hold on, I'll find it right now. Well, I
Smartest person I know, though, he got like a scholarship to Purdue, like academically. Like he's really, really
Chicken
smart.
Factory?
Hmm.
The Chicken Factory?
Oh God, no. Isn't
I don't know.
that college in Indiana Purdue?
I don't know.
Oh, it's like one of the higher end. Like
I
you
won't
gotta.
pretend to know. I know
It's
there's Duke is Carolina, and the Wolfpack is Carolina, and Florida Gators, and the Redskins.
Yeah, I think it's more like, I mean, I want to say it's whatever one in Indiana that's like
I'm
similar
not a
to like Ivy
USC.
League, like it's pretend like
Yeah,
big
what
deal
is
to.
that? The Ivy League. What's with the Ivy?
I don't know. That's
What's
just
that?
what they call it.
Ivy goes everywhere.
It's poisonous.
I know. I've never thought about it, but not all of it. There's
I don't
like
know.
different kinds of shade.
Yeah, I don't know. I just assume somebody told me, and maybe you could tell me if this is true or not, that people from Indiana are naturally weird, or is that just bullshit?
I didn't think so. I met quite a few people from there online, and we drove through there a few times. I think we stayed with my mom and dad's friends back in the day there, but I was a little kid. But Oklahoma's definitely fucking weird. Yeah, it's a creepy sex privilege state. It's
What
really,
does
really
mean behavior wise? I think my stepdad must be autistic too. Just his behavior, like it's I don't know. It's just a interesting character, if you will. But then again, I suppose if you're married to a horrific narcissist, you probably just turn into a puddle of poop, anyways. I don't know. I
What
don't
if
even
it's
know.
systemic in that, like you just collect and mimic certain emotions that, like if people impress you with how they are, like you'll mimic something they do naturally, make it part of your repertoire, and eventually you just exhibit the different traits throughout life.
He just sits. He'll like sit in a chair and play video games.
Video
Yeah.
game, say?
Yeah, like I don't know. Well, I guess now he has to. Well, he has to take care of my mom because she doesn't have a good hip, even though she's only like 53 or something. But
Right.
uh, and my kids are there, and then my mom got two dogs. Because narcissists want like animals to love them, and the cats didn't turn out loving her anymore. So he has to take care of the dogs that they don't. Well, my mom doesn't train dogs, so they're usually always wild. But I think Rick trained them. I don't know. I can't go there because they'll literally run me over and kill me. They're, they're like huge ass dogs.
Boucher.
Because they adopted they adopted a second one at the as a puppy, and it just looked like it was kind of like a maybe like a black lab or not a golden retriever, but maybe a retriever mix or whatever. And the thing it turned huge. I was like, nice mastiff you guys got. How's that working out for you?
I like black labs.
I don't. I had one. She was such not. I didn't really have one. It was my then husband's, but she was such a bitch to me. She was such a bitch. So no, that was ruined. She would I'd call her over to go to the
Try to
bathroom.
steal your man or what?
Well, she
Was
probably
she
already had him in the
sabotaging you? She was
had him.
sabotaging you at work.
Shit, I wish I'd have ran out of there
I
before.
would have got that promotion, but Pebbles here had to sandbag me.
Yeah, it's really cool being at work when you're like, hey, you need to come down and pick up your children. It's the police calling, because their
It
dad's
could have
being
been worse.
arrested for child pornography. And yeah, but
Nah,
the dog
like
would, yeah,
we
the
were
kid's
coming
dead.
back from a job site in the other city, like Norfolk to Virginia Beach, right? And we're like almost to our exit, and we're stoned, like fucking stoned, because we weren't driving. So me and my uncle got ripped in the back of dude's truck on the way home.
Like Super Troopers, like that dude.
Yeah, like fucking, I rolled a giant fucking joint, and then I would always pack my pipe and start hitting it, so I didn't have to wait. Because I was like that. I like to get really high always, right? And we're just sitting there smoking a joint, and I'm like, dude, there's dogs in the freeway. And he's like, yeah, they look like our dogs. I'm like, they are our dogs because they were our dogs. It was my black female and his white male. I
Dude,
was
those
like,
look
God
like our
damn it. And I had to
dogs,
pull
man.
over, and some other do-gooder stopped way up ahead and was trying to grab him and snatch him. So I jumped out and jumped over the wall. I was like, yo, man, that's my dog. He's like, whatever, bro. I saw him first. I'm like, no, they're literally my dogs. I got the
You
licensing in my
said whatever. I saw it first.
Yeah, it's like I understand you're trying to rescue it, but it's like this is literally my dog, so let the fucker go. And my uncle's like, yeah, you need to let his dog go, man. Yeah, it's not gonna end well.
What the fuck?
And he's just like, I don't know about that. And I was like, Matt, get him. And fucking the other dog fucking went at him. He's like, all right, all right, all right. But
We
yeah,
good, we good.
they went like fucking they went 3 miles from the house up one road or however they went. They might even go on the trail because I used to walk everywhere, so they could have followed any number of trails.
True.
And then just wandered up the freeway ramp after they went swimming in the lake over there. Because once they discovered water, it's like, cool, let's go swim.
Before these dogs, my mom had a corgi. God, that motherfucker would run away. You could not even chase after it. I'd be like, oh, yep. That
Shit, I
thing.
hear you get scooped up.
Oh, hers was certified too. So I mean,
Well, no,
maybe
like
it.
out here, old white women, if they see
Yeah.
your dog out and unattended, it's a rescue.
Damn.
I've literally had that where fucking people are like, what's the matter? Oh, the neighbor's pissed off that I rescued their dog. And I'm like, so their dog was just outside for a minute and you snatched it up. Like,
Damn. That's
rescue
some
it.
dirty ass shit.
Yeah, they'll sit there and lure your cats away and lure your dogs away and then turn them in. It's like, man, what the fuck? Or worse. That's the
Mm-mm.
weird thing. Like they couldn't track the GPS on my other cat that got stolen. I'm like, well, what was the point of paying for that? You know?
Damn,
You're
that's
like, yeah,
crazy. You have to live. You have to live somewhere where you have to GPS your pets. Damn.
yeah,
I
like
mean,
cats are some kind of prize to people. I don't know. They used to do it back in the hood too. I'd have litters of kittens, and you could have them free, and they would
yeah,
always steal the ones that were mine.
yeah. I did have one. His name was Milo. It was he was kind of cool. And he went outside because my then husband let him outside because he didn't like him. And then I think, yeah, somebody took him, so we never saw him again.
So you want a cat.
People
And it
use
was
the people.
Thanksgiving. It was Thanksgiving both times. That's the fucked
Damn.
up. It was like a 6, 7 year difference, but it was still on Thanksgiving both times. Yeah. And I didn't believe my friend was telling me, she's like, "Yo, I think someone's trying to steal your cat." I'm like, "Who the hell would try to steal my cat?" They're like, "Well, they're out there calling it by name." I'm like, "Oh, if they're calling the cat, then it's my neighbor probably." I was like, "It's a chubby woman." She's like, "Yeah." So I figured it was the neighbor next door who she loves cats. She knows my cats, Bob and Brenda. And I didn't think
Bob
much
and
of it.
Brenda.
Bob and Brenda Wilson. Bob's an attorney at law specializing in tort law. Brenda was a dental hygienist until she got her degree, at which point she would become a hygienic surgeon.
Nice.
Yeah,
They
all
look.
my
They
cats and dogs have backstories and full names and occupations and shit.
occupation. I need to come up with that. Crazy
Yeah, because I,
names.
I
Yeah.
always plan to make like a cartoon world, so each one of them's going to inhabit that cartoon world.
Yeah.
It'll be anthropomorphic, so there's animal people and people. It'll be a
Like
good time.
I didn't get to give the cats their first name, but for Hanada, I let him pick his middle name and last name, or me and my daughter did rather. Like we would just say like names until he responded. So his name ended up being, or his name is Hanada Enrique Wang.
I always try to give them good names
Yeah, I wish
when
I
they
could
brought
do
home,
their original names because yeah, these names Jan and
my
Hanada, like
wife brought home the most evil puppy ever one time.
oh no.
My daughter named it Shade. I was like, what do you, why'd you name it that? She's like, because it's dark. Like, there's something dark about it. Oh,
Oh
I've
no,
always
so
had
she
dogs that
saw it.
fuck that.
I
It
don't
was
know,
like a
dude.
rescue puppy that she took in, somebody had taken in. She's like, oh, it looks cute. Like, man, that dog's vicious. It's trying
Yeah,
to fuck me, kid. Like, get the duck out of here.
you gotta be careful, right? You don't know where that dog came from. If it was highly
Like,
like
let, if you,
abused,
yeah, when you want a dog, let me go get it. I'm from the
yeah, don't.
area. I know who to go to. Like, you can't just go rando and go to town. Like,
Nope. Especially in some areas, nope.
people
Hell
are so
no.
smart about some shit, and then it's like other shit, really.
That's so true. My mom is like that. She is so oblivious. She argued with me that the like election, like a presidential election, can't be um, basically rigged, even though like with the electoral college, it obviously can. And she didn't. She was like, "No, that can't happen." I was like, "Dude, what world do you live in?"
So, what do you think about all the actual insurrection footage?
I didn't watch it.
Why not? Don't you want to see the truth?
I know the truth, and I already hated that piece of shit so fucking much.
No, they lied.
Oh yeah, I
They
mean this
said
was
that cop got killed. That cop wasn't killed. He's walking around living. They
I
said
never
that they said
I
that
never
fucking shaman dude was doing all sorts of shit. He was being escorted around.
Yeah, I know
He
that.
never did anything to violate anything.
I know.
So they're holding him in jail for false charges, knowingly withholding evidence. That's illegal. That's a mistrial. Like he should be instantly
He
exonerated.
still wasn't allowed to be there, whether escorted or not. It
He
was there for
was.
improper purposes, though.
He-
And he went and
Well,
sat in that chair.
he had
Uh,
9 police. He had 9 police escorting him on a tour through the building.
I understand, like the whole thing was completely contrived, and they like ushered him around. I know it was complete bullshit. But and I never heard that a cop died. I only heard that that poor woman who was in the military ended up getting
Yeah, she
shot.
actually died. And then
Yeah,
people
she
were making
died.
fun of her for it. And it's like, what the hell's wrong with y'all? Like,
Right. She thought she
you
was
should
doing the
die
right
because,
thing. Yeah, and I was so livid. And then that guy that decided to put his feet up on Pelosi's desk. Kind of funny, but at the same time, like, dude, come on.
I would have took a shit on her desk
That would have been better. Yeah, better than taking a photo of you sitting there with your feet on it. Like, damn.
or peed in her chair or pissed in her drawer, something,
He
something. Pee on the
maybe
carpet.
jacked off. We don't even know.
Or if he had toe fungus.
The only thing I care about is that they better sure the fuck do something about Trump because
They've tried, and everything they come out with has been fucking nothing wrong.
No, it is something wrong, but they're letting it go. There's a lot of things that are wrong, and more keeps coming out. But nothing happens to him, and
Like
he's
what?
still running a campaign. Well, like the way he got funds and tax evasion and fraud here. Like there's so much of
All
it.
rich
It's
people, everybody that can tries to evade taxes as much as possible. What's wrong with that? It's called the American way. They're called
I,
deductions. People try their best to get deductions. You can't even try that one. Like, come on. You ain't gonna try to get out of paying taxes as much as you can when especially if you're rich. You know you want to hang on to that change.
right, but he
That's
like
anybody.
misused campaign
Anybody.
funds and like allocated U.S. funds to like Ivanka having not Ivanka right wait what is the daughter, is it Ivanka or is that
He didn't
the
even take a salary. Meanwhile, we
yes
got this guy in office sending
yes he
all our money
did
to the UK.
he had all his golf trips paid for by the country. He did too get paid. Get the fuck out of here.
They have to travel that way because it's safe technology, and they have to stay in constant communication. That's just part of the job. It's a work vehicle. There's no avoiding that.
Right, but you don't need to go
It's just
golfing in
it's just from DC to
Mar-a-Lago
Florida. DC to
every
Florida is like
weekend.
a 2 hour flight. Yeah, it's like a 2 hour helicopter flight or maybe an hour long flight in a private jet. Like you're there.
Great, but
That's a
President,
perk of being president, you would think, because you're the president. Plus, he has money on top of that. But even then, like the
what
country's
do you
gone.
want him? You want him to just get away with shit, or like
I
I'm
don't
not
care
really.
either way. I just don't like the president we have now because I don't have as much fun. Everybody's dismal. Fucking prices are way too high for everybody
That's
and
not
everything.
that's not Biden's fault. Oh my
Yes,
god.
it is.
Oh my god.
Oh my God. You got to learn how the system works. You don't
I do
understand it.
know how the system works. My grandpa was a
This is the same guy
politician.
that blamed the fucking fentanyl on Trump, too, right?
That I wouldn't say is Trump's
The
fault.
fentanyl your kids died from, that's because that was from Trump's administration. And then he laughs about it. That guy should
Uh,
get beaten over the board.
I thought he was like being deemed like to have dementia or something already. I don't know. I haven't
They're
even.
trying their best to get rid of him because he's a fucking dead weight at this point. Stuff he says and the way he's offending people and the policies he's created are destroying the country. He's got the agenda, and the woke agenda's trash, and it's going away slowly but surely.
I suppose you're saying in California, who, by the way, like,
Californians know it best of all.
do you still get what are they called money like from the pandemic? Because in like states like
I
where I
don't.
live, never. Well, you're supposed to like Californians were getting like still
I
getting
got
money from the state.
I got one stimulus out of the big stimuluses the government gave out. Then I got the Golden State stimulus one year. That was like $500. And then they did the gas tax rebate, so that was like $300, I think.
There was
But
also stuff for inflation.
that was from paying taxes.
There was inflation too relief and like
Inflation, yeah, the prices went up because the fuel prices went up because Joe Biden shut down all the oil pumps and all the oil pipelines. He destroyed oil just like he said he would in his campaign. I'm going to shut down big oil. We're going to rely on nothing. We're
okay, well
all going to make money off
they're
oil.
building it now, but what I was trying to say is that Californians are like still or we're getting you should really check online if the state owes you money because yeah, on top of the federal stimuluses, like states were giving out stimuluses, but guess who got none? Wisconsin. That's all I was trying to say is that like we're
Well, they
just
were
getting
all allotted funds, so what'd they do with them?
allocated them everywhere except for giving people stimuluses. Yep.
Yeah, it's just like when they had the big fires out here. They had it 2 miles up the road. I got footage of it on my shit from back in the day. And like, they kept so much of the money. Like, people were getting
Hmm.
disqualified for the littlest thing. Well, was your wiring up to code? I'm pretty sure. When was the last time it was inspected? Like, I don't know. All my paperwork just burned up. Well, if you can't prove that it was inspected, we don't know it was up to code, so we can't be sure that the fire caused it or an electrical spark might have
Ugh.
ignited because of the heat. And people would tell me stories like that, and I would just sit there with my beer, like, fuck, dude. Like,
Oh yeah, the world's looking to fuck you over at any fucking minute.
that's
Like I know.
wrong, though. Like, you just got your shit burned down.
That's fucking crazy. You, or
And the
like,
one guy could have avoided it. He had a protective mask. And he specifically asked me, he's like, make me a protective mask for my house to keep my house safe. So I painted him up this awesome chop. Like I was doing them on the palm things. They're like wood and they're
okay.
shaped like an elephant head. So like I was making these awesome tribal elephant faces on him in different colors. And I made him one like he requested with different symbols and shit. And he hung it on the tree in his backyard.
Hmm.
And everything in his property burned down except that tree.
That's creepy. Weird. Maybe you have good luck.
Luck ain't got nothing to do with it.
I know. Sometimes I
Fortune.
like to pretend sometimes, make myself feel better.
It's all about Ferris Bueller.
Right? Dude was a Banff. I skipped school way many more times than he did though.
He didn't get stoned at all though. He's like, really? You should
Right?
be like,
Just,
hey Cameron, go take a walk. I'm gonna get baked and bang
dude, whatever.
Sloan.
Cam was probably baked all the while he was laying in that bed. He probably should have been like, dude, share some of that shit. When the car went through the glass. Fuck. Try to
That guy
put it in
still looks like
reverse.
that. That guy still looks like that. That's the craziest.
Yeah, he
His
does.
weird jaw. Oh, he's creepy.
John Cusack. I don't
He
think he's
seems like a
creepy.
doll where they put a slightly smaller head than they should have on him or something. I can't quite place it. Like
How
his
does that
body's a
look
hockey. Yeah, like he's
big?
got hockey pads on or something. His body's too blocky and big for his head and his neck. You know, those people with like Kamala Harris and that where you're like, damn bitch, are you shooting into it? Like
That's
and then looking
that's
out.
one big bitch. Sorry.
Man, my neck ain't that thick. No, hell no. That's like pro wrestler level. She's just like, girl, cracking walnuts with that bitch.
Damn.
Right?
No,
You
I
can't
just
even imagine how she does it, but she does it. That's why she's
she
always cackling.
she must have no neck. Like I don't have a neck, so it's like really thick. You just got like the little stump. That's your neck.
Yeah, something happens. Like that's what happened to LL Cool J. He had this big thick neck, and then all of a sudden it just disappeared, and he's like the juggernaut. It's like, where's
I
his neck?
haven't seen him recently. Like I can't even take him seriously for NCIS because like my other grandpa was a SEAL. And ain't no Navy SEAL acting like that Joker. And hell to the no. They are so mean. Like, are
But
you
at
kidding
least they
me?
still got guys that are heroes on the show, you know?
I guess.
Like, I'm not against women having action roles and shit, but like, they gotta get it realistic. Like, every woman cannot be a fucking bomb expert, and she's also just trained sniper, but she's also a master of 5 or 6 different martial arts. They're fucking fluent in all these languages. Like, these things and skills take time. Like, even overlapping, this is supposed to be like a 28-year-old woman, but she's got like 60 years worth of human skill and teaching in her. Like,
What if
come
they
on.
learned? Well, what if they learned? Uh,
There's
even if
too
it
no. When you're learning
no.
martial arts, that takes a physical amount of time.
No, I know. I was just
So
thinking
that
if she learned it as
automatically,
a kid, like maybe if
yeah,
you
she
learn
could
it
learn,
as a
but
kid,
that stuff you learn to get like your black belt and all that, you got to work up to that over a number of years. And that's just
right?
one. If they're claiming she's got like 5 different black belts or whatever, taekwondo, jiu-jitsu, aikido, shit like that.
Yeah, but I mean, don't a lot of them have somewhat similar like moves or no?
Yes and no, because it's all choreography.
Yeah,
That's why I
I,
used to laugh at fucking Glenn, the Navy guy. He was like, I'm a naval airlayer, just like Top Gun, so you got to respect me. I was like, dude, you're a foot shorter than me. He's like, well, you got to be short to fly the plane because of the cockpit. And I'm like, well, you're a shrimp boat, and I'm a giant, so fuck off.
dude,
And
so
then
Navy pilots are really like the
cocky as
jockeys.
fuck.
They're
They're
like the
so
jock.
cocky.
Oh yeah, well, they're like the jockeys of airplanes.
Yeah. And I was like
I didn't.
16, 17 talking shit to him. And like the one Christmas, we were sitting there shooting the blow dart gun and blowing up the ornaments. And he came out. He's like, what the fuck's wrong with you guys? Are y'all sick in the head? Like, why would you do that to your mom's ornaments? I'm like, the fuck do you care? Go back in your room, dude. And he's just
Yeah,
like, whatever.
military people
He's
are
like, I've had
really.
enough of you. He's like, you're always running your mouth. He's like, it's time to put up or shut up. I was like, hold on, let me get a drink. And like, I drank some more rum. I was like, all right, let's go. And he fucking takes off his shoes and goes across the living room. He's like doing his little karate shit. I'm like, you ready, right? And he's like, I'm ready whenever you are. I was like, you sure you're ready? He's like, yeah, I'm ready. I was like, all right, just here we go. And I just fucking went boom and just like jumped on him like a bear and wrapped around him and slammed him to the ground and just pinned him. And like once I had my knees on his arms, like his legs weren't long enough to
Hmm.
do anything. I had to have my elbow back and that's holding his legs down. And I'm just like able to punch him. And I was like, now what? He's like, that really wasn't
Wow.
fair. I wasn't ready. I'm like, I thought you're fucking karate guy. Like, you know all your fucking shit.
Well, you asked him if he was ready like 5 times.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting like fucking Hulk
What
Hogan
to
shit.
lose? I mean, you're supposed to anticipate anything. So
My
what the?
first thought was he's smaller than me. I'm top heavy. Bam! I'm taking him down and turning him into a pancake, winding
Well,
him.
I think most fights you
And I
win
was
if
right.
you can get him down on the ground. Like I think that's usually an objective, or at least for me, unless I just
Oh
fight
yeah.
dirty.
No, I'll straight. My first object, I'll do leg sweep you,
Yep.
or I'll put you in the chokehold because I'm not trying to prolong it and get hurt myself. I want to take you out effectively and cleanly. But I don't
Yep.
go to the bar anymore, so I'm not around that kind of action.
I mean, well, so I lived in a military community, and a lot of my family is military. My last ex was Navy. I don't know, so I just played around, like horsed around with them and stuff with it. But yeah, they can be really strict on things. Like, yeah, why would you do that? Like, dude, have some fun. Just chill, you know?
We burned the woods in Navy campground at Quantico.
What?
Yeah, destruction of federal property.
Oh.
We didn't know. We were just doing firecrackers, and one of them got stuck in the fire
Oh.
and spider's web on the log. But it was over water. I figured at worst it would burn through the spider web and drop in the water. But apparently, no. Somehow it burned the web enough and swung back and got into the log and ignited that shit up. And we'd gone. We'd left like for hours, and we were over at the mess hall or whatever it was, PX, playing pool all afternoon, getting free sodas because we were there on vacation, and everybody, like you had your little wristband shits or whatever we had. So we're just sitting there drinking soda and eating snacks, playing pool.
Damn, how do you
Fucking,
say? You just turn around and be
we go
like,
strolling back to camp, and fucking we're all happy. And then it's like we see fire trucks and fucking military police and cop cars and forest rangers and everybody at the campground was all on the same submarine. So it's like everybody.
oh.
And like then his little sister just goes, there they are, and starts pointing at us, and it's like, oh shit, oh shit.
Oh, yeah. Damn.
And they're like, you guys, fucking, we got so much lecturing that day. We had to clean up fucking all 18 holes of the golf course all week. So like all of the people were throwing their trash on the shit for us to make it extra fucking hard work. So like
Really?
on vacation, 3 hours of our day, every day on vacation was going around with a little stick in the bag, picking up trash
Damn.
and just being like, fuck, man, fuck,
You
fuck.
imagine being able to say that though? You like walk back and be like, damn, I just lit Quantico on fire.
It blew our minds. We didn't expect it, and it was just like, no, we did it this time because we'd had some shenanigans before where we were almost in trouble. Because he was the captain, so he was used to getting away with shit,
Oh, of course.
and like I was just cool, and people didn't want to believe I was doing anything because usually I wasn't. So I'd get benefit of the doubt credibility. And I could always make up a radical story too and be like, well, this happened and that happened. And shit just got crazy. And they'd be like, yeah, I understand that. Well, next time do this. All right, we will. It's like Eddie Haskell without the smart ass to it, so it worked because you could just snow him with logic.
Or kindness, or yeah,
All of the above. You just combine it
yeah.
into a package like the car salesman.
A lot of
Like,
sirs and ma'ams, and yeah.
people want to go towards a positive thing, so you give them the positive outcome, and they're naturally going to gravitate to it if they have the option.
Well, I mean, even like with military though, like I don't know, you have to say ma'am and sir. So I don't know. It's really deeply ingrained in me. And I know one girl I grew up with wasn't even allowed to call her
Man,
parents anything other than ma'am and sir. I don't know.
I hate how they all call you boss out here. I
Oh,
can't stand that shit.
that's
Okay, boss.
horrible.
Okay, boss. I'm like,
Wasn't that like 20 years ago? Like, what?
no, they're still doing it. It's like,
Ugh,
what's wrong with you? Like, no, don't call me
that's
boss. Don't call me sir. Just be like, hey, and I'll be like, what? You don't even have to use my name. I understand when people are speaking to me. I have ears, not eyes. I'm quite aware of my surroundings. It's almost like I was designed to operate in this environment I live in.
it's like I was supposed to be here.
Yeah, it's like it's crazy. People are just, I don't know anymore. I remember how much they dumbed down school between me and my brother getting to high school. And if
Oh,
that
really?
was
Because
inexpensive, then it was
school
insane.
now is intense. Like, the stuff that my kids had to do in school, there's no fucking hell no. Hell to the no. Like, college was easier. Hell
Maybe
no.
it depends where you're at.
Hmm?
I guess it depends where you're at.
Yeah, it does. Because, like, Menominee Falls School District is, like, one of the top school districts in
Here
the
in
state.
sunny SoCal, I think their whole standards are on a bell curve.
Oh, really?
They're notorious. They were in the bottom forever. They were like 48th for the longest time. I think they've moved up though into the 30s or maybe the high 40s.
I don't
I'd
know
have
where
to look at it.
Wisconsin ranks, like, country wise, but man, it's
Let's
so,
see.
so much schoolwork, man. Fuck that.
Ow!
Ooh. And a lot of places have like alternate block classes. Like I did a year of block classes at Union Grove. Hell
Somebody
no.
outlawed SATs because they're racist.
Oh, now that they do the other one, what is it called? My oldest daughter tested like
No, they're
91st in the
supposed to
street.
test the ACT and the SAT. They said like they're not, it's biased and this and that. It's like, how?
Well, there's one that they have to take,
I
and
went
they
to
have.
school with black people. They didn't go live on the
I
other
know,
side of the moon and then have to come to Earth to go to school with us. They were right
like
across the street and they lived in the neighborhood. Like it's been integrated for a long time in America. So I don't know where these people came from, where it's just
they make you take it here, like at 11th grade.
it was a bonus. Like you would get pizza if you took it and you went to the different things, they would have different foods. So
See, they
you would
didn't
go
do
to
that
the
when I
prep
was in
day.
school, so I never took like the SATs. What are they
Yeah,
called? The ones they do now? Fuck.
they focused on it. It was important back in the day.
And the one they do now is just as focused on, but damn, I can't remember what they call it.
Oh, California's 2023 ranking is 45th.
Who's below you?
Womp, womp, womp. Thank God my son is homeschooled. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Wisconsin is 21. 21.
Hmm.
Blackjack.
What's number one?
New Jersey.
Weird.
49th is Nevada.
I believe that. I really
Probably
believe
all the
that.
free booze slants the curve though.
You
And
mean meth?
50th is
There,
Arizona.
meth and heroin in Nevada. Fuck.
Arizona ranks 50th.
They have just as big as man. The West has some serious well, not California, but like Utah
Now
and Nevada.
45th out of 50 is bad.
No, I know, but like,
Yeah, I was
uh,
educated in Virginia, number 10.
I think my mom. Well, she went there for a while. I know she was born in Maryland, but I don't know. Fuck.
Maryland is 12.
Cause like Grandpa worked at the Pentagon.
Indiana is 18.
Wow. Guess that's why Rick's so smart.
Florida is 41st.
Ouch. Like all but 2 years I went to Florida schools.
Alabama is 43rd. Louisiana is 48th.
Ooh, that's because they got noodling and crawdaddy fishing to get done. Okay.
Michigan
I'm
33rd.
just kidding.
Mississippi.
Nothing against people from Louisiana. My grandma lives there. It's all good. But they probably do have to do like in the rural areas, have to kind of do more other things than school.
Yeah, I suppose, but
But
it's a statewide ranking, you know. So it's not just the rural parts; it's the city parts as well.
yeah, but I mean, you'd have to have enough populace in the city to say outweigh the rest. Maybe.
Well, yeah, they have some kind of standardized set thing to it. That's why they got like
Oh, I
a
suppose you're right. They already accounted for that.
different categories that they're checking for. So it's across the board. They have like
Yeah.
there's like 6 categories and then their overall ranking. So like you can actually have a school system that sucks overall, but they excel in this area better than a couple others that are doing way better. It's really intricate shit, government bullshit.
Yeah, pretty much. And
Mhm.
their
Too
assessments.
many
I mean, I know
fucking
all the schools have to do that fucking standardized testing. I remember I think we called it like CBS
always
testing
since
or something.
kindergarten. They had us doing
Yes,
that shit in kindergarten.
like I have ADHD, so and I would finish fast. That shit is the worst. You just sitting there. It was like the worst week of my life, always, because you just have to sit there in silence, and I can't even do it.
I did it up until about 5th grade, and then I was just like, fuck it. Just drawing circles and trying to make patterns and ACDC and shit like that. Ha ha, da da.
Yeah, I don't think you have to do it in middle school. I don't think. I don't remember. No, we didn't do it in middle
No, they kept
school.
doing it all the way up. It stopped in high school, I think. But then they had a different thing you had to do. Like you had to take home cards, get them filled out.
Oh.
Forget the name of it. Because I used to always forget about that shit. I would just stick it in the computer. If you don't bring your cards back, we don't get paid for you. Like, why? That's your fault for putting me into
Right.
language. I'm a kid.
That's on you,
That's
bro.
not my priority. Like,
Yeah.
I'm 16. I'm trying to skate hard and find some chicks. Like, that's like legitimately. Where you at? I'm at this chick's house. What are you doing after that? Skating. All right, cool. I'll meet you up later. Like, people had to track you down by landline. It was insane.
Oh my God, I remember those days. Seriously,
I'm like,
like
how
you
the hell
wanted
did
to
you
go
find
play
me
with your
here?
friend. Yeah.
Yeah, there was like Chinese telephone tracers. I'd be like, how did you find me? And it's like, man, I got a hold of so and so, and they saw you going this way by the 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
And then I knew so and so lived by there, so I was like, hey, which way did you go? And then they knew, and then I figured it out from there. Ah, clever.
Yep.
Back then, there was no doxing because people understood that there's a public phone book and
Yep.
you can just look up anybody at any time. And now they have the internet, so it's like everything's public information. So
Yeah. I'm not really cool with that, but yeah.
unless you're one of those unlisted people, no, if you have your shit out there, like you can't cry.
Mm-mm.
And it's always out there because you agree and consent to sell it. So there's no way to protect it. It's valid.
Yeah.
That's why you can't use TikTok because China then owns your data. Then China owns your intellectual property. And they'll use that in court. Well, we own this property. It's connected to the property they already own and make money off of. We want that too. Then they take your other shit from you.
I don't know about all that. I don't know a whole lot about
You got to
TikTok.
look into their philosophies and how they operate. It's not what they say or what people say they say or how they're represented. You got to look at how they actually act and move. Sinister shit.
But no, I have no faith in anything like at face value. I've had enough shit happen to me in life to know better than that. Like that's why I always ask like for proof when people say something, for example, which a lot of people don't do. Okay, they just take something and run, and it's like, well, do you have proof that they said that or they felt that way or that this
Oh,
happened? And they're like, well, because like somebody sent me off on a fucking trail and told me that her friend in another state was like a chemist working on like COVID and that she had found some information or whatever and was like let go and blah 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 blah. So I was like, oh really? So I went and researched everything she was talking about through Google Scholar and practically like wrote a report and then sent it to her and she was all like, oh okay, like she just made that shit up in the first place. And I was like, I just spent like 24 hours literally writing a paper on COVID-19 and its genetic like dispositions, if you will, like for
yeah,
having
I
it
mean,
worse.
she
God,
knows
I was so
firsthand.
pissed. What?
She knows firsthand. She knows
Well,
the
no,
actual science.
no, I don't know the science. I don't even know if there is a scientist involved. I think she just said that shit. She would lie a lot. So, like, she's like a pathological liar.
If he was really working on that shit, he would not be discussing it with anybody outside the lab.
Well, she was trying to say that the friend got let go
Dude.
because they knew too much. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, a chemist
Yeah,
though?
what does
Like,
that
what is
even
a
mean?
chemist doing? This is a biotech thing.
He
Yeah.
already knows what's going on if they've got him in there working on the project. I'm nuts. Like, come on.
Yeah, I know,
He
but
knew too much.
she was trying to suggest that the like the
If
genetic
he's
like
knowing at that point, knowing too much would mean he solved the equation and figured out a way to kill it. So why would they set him free and fire him and put him out there when he could just go to another lab and make the cure and get rich?
there's no cure for zoonotic diseases like the flu, COVID, colds.
Actually, they were saying eggs, protein in eggs, is a good deterrent against it. That's why they did their best to destroy all the chicken plants and chicken farms, get all the poultry killed under the pretense of the pandemic and bird flu. See, there's a lot going on that people don't understand. They don't want to believe that we're at war, just on a small, quiet, cold scale. Even when
I
they
don't.
have the fucking Antifa army, that's a fucking domestic. No, it's domestic terrorism. No, it's no. That's a fucking invading army. They need to be put up to a firing squad for treason.
I thought. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, because a lot of that stuff I don't know about. I thought somebody told me that Antifa stood for anti-fascist. No?
Yeah, that's the funny irony of it. They're the fascists.
Oh,
Just
okay.
like the Nazis were the nationalist, socialist, democratic workers' party.
I don't.
They
I
were the
don't.
people for the unions. They were the people that were for the people. They were the Nazis originally, and they're still the Nazis. Bernie Sanders is a Nazi by definition.
What is the definition of a Nazi?
Nationalist, socialist, democratic workers' party.
Oh,
And they'll tell you, I'm a national socialist democrat. Well, that's a fucking Nazi, dude.
I've never heard anybody say something like that. I mean,
Yeah, people
granted,
don't
I'm
talk. They don't
surrounded by
want to teach that school. A lot of
Republicans.
Nazis came over to America, remember? They
Anybody
brought
that
over all their scientists and oligarchs and rich people and got them the hell out of there so they wouldn't be destroyed after the Holocaust. And they
I
hid them in
thought a lot of
Argentina
people were
and
picked up on war
Africa.
crimes unless they fled, like, and didn't get executed.
They totally fled. Like they've documented it. There's so
Hmm.
many documentaries showing where people had fucking hidden floors of a building, like hidden in the structure of the
Oh
outside the
yeah.
structure and all of it. And like it had Nazi paintings and memorabilia inside the room. like crazy shit.
Yeah, they did, and God, it's been a while since I took a class on like Jews in World War II.
I
They
know
were gonna,
World War II gets all the attention. Everybody just forgets about World War One.
yeah, I don't know much about it, crazy enough. And I wish I did because like we're about to have World War III. I thought for sure Trump was gonna cause it, but or he still might, still has
World
time.
War One was worse because that's when England went about trying to burn down all the libraries.
Oh, why?
Because once you've destroyed all the old information, then you have to
Oh,
obtain
you
new. And
can
the only thing
you
they're going
can
to print is their version of everything.
propaganda. Okay, yeah, got
Yeah,
it.
we need math books, we need history books and science books. Hey, well, here you go. We got plenty of them for you, teaching you what we want you to learn, the way we want you to learn it, whether it's right or wrong.
It's still like that in like okay in tech school. Um, Apparently the teachers like at MATC aren't even allowed to pick their textbooks for the class they are teaching.
Nope, got
And
to
I'm
stick
like,
to
what?
the
I
subject
was like,
curriculum.
I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, first of all, but even in biotechnology, where the teacher, I mean, is the specialist, like has a doctorate, you think that they would probably be the ones that could pick out the best book for that, but no, like that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, like that's not college then. If the books are being regulated by the school, that's not college.
Yeah, that's the funny part. Like, they want to restrict everybody's speech, they want to restrict
Hmm.
everybody's access to books and learning. It's like, that's Nazism, that's fascism.
Well, now we don't do.
No,
They
we
don't.
just don't want people to disagree. We think we're right, so we got to prove it by denying anybody the opportunity to think otherwise. It's like, why does the lowbrows get to control the argument? They don't. We
I
need
know
to
that.
stop pandering to them, and people are stopping. Like, that's the thing. We've all called it bullshit on it. We're done with it. The trans people pushed it too far, so we're calling bullshit across the board on everybody's delusional shit from now on. All these women that are out there like, well, the man needs to be making at least 100K. And fucking good luck with your five cats when you're old, because the odds of that happening are fucking not that great, especially in today's economy.
Right? I'm sitting here with two cats, not making it.
I got one cat, and I'm doing all right.
Actually,
It'll
I,
get
I
done.
I had to have my mom buy them food. To be honest with you.
Fuck it. What's the difference?
Well, I mean, my
As
mom's
long as the cat gets
my
food, who cares?
abuser, so I try not to use her for anything. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just thinking of it like sponsorship.
I try, but like, oh my God, she made me. She actually said, "I love you" over Christmas, and it was so gross. Like, I actually had to say it back. It's horrible. Things you have to do for money. It was like
Is
whoring.
there in cat language or just like human talk?
Well, it was over text. Like, talk. I
Oh,
don't talk
your
to her.
mom.
Yeah.
I thought the cat was talking because my cat can say stuff.
Dude, actually, the stripy one, actually, both of them do talk. Actually, yeah. And a lot of
Bob
it
comes
sounds like
home
he
and he'll
says
say,
mom or no.
"Hello."
Yeah, like no or oh, I should get the link. I found on Reddit there was a cat that had a really low. I don't know if you ever seen it. A really low like sound it made. It was the funniest thing I ever
Yes,
heard.
the feral cat noise. It's like,
He was like, yeah, it was like, yeah, he was like, I was
that's
like,
the
what?
noise that it's about to freak out if you get too close to it.
But it didn't. He was petting it. It was this normal noise. It was insane. I was like, what sound is that?
I
Oh,
gotta find pictures. I think I got pictures of Bobby somewhere.
I've seen him. He was behind
Mark
you.
had bought a cat that was like 90% bobcat. It was
Oh,
fucking like, yeah, it was heavy duty. He's got like three Wolverine marks where the cat was just playing and dug in.
damn.
Yeah, I was like, I was like, what had you do? You got branded with the Monster Energy drink logo. He's like, nah, Bobby was climbing up over me. He just dug in. And I was like, ooh. It's like, yeah, 3 inch claws, just right into the
Mm,
meat. 3 inch stretch, just,
mm,
terrible.
mm. That had to
But
hurt
the
so
cat was
bad.
amazing to see. It was just like,
I want to see an Asa cat and a Bengal. Like, it would be so amazing to have just giant cats.
or a
Actually,
dog mixed with a bird,
what the fuck?
and they
That's
can just
nuts.
fly around and big old
No, hell
shit.
no. Dogs already start.
Boom!
Dogs are already enough for it. They do not need no fucking wings. Fuck that. There
Whoop!
would be no hope.
What are you doing? The dog's up on the roof again. He won't fly
Fight.
back down.
Fido's drive by shitting on the neighbors again.
Or like kangaroo dogs, because they kind of look like dogs anyway, like dogs and rabbits mixed.
Oh, that one animal that's a wall. Is it a wallaby?
The
The ones.
wallaby. It's a
I would.
marsupial.
Dude, you know they don't have
Marsupial.
squirrels in Australia? That shit just trips me out. Or raccoons. No
We got to
squirrels.
sneak some over there.
Right? I totally want the
We got to
animals
take, like, somehow you got to get frozen embryos and frozen
No, no, no.
semen.
We'll just send like send a package to Platy. Sorry.
They'll detect it somehow. They'll be like, something's fishy. Like, no,
Something's
no.
fishy. Hmm. Hmm.
Like, frozen, it's frozen stuff. It's for a laboratory.
Was it on Law and Order where they had one where like the person was smuggling
In the
like in it?
basketball,
Yes, the basketball.
he
I
had the monkey
always.
in the basketball, and it was
Yep.
nice. It's like, damn.
I
If
know.
he'd
I
have
was
just
like,
been that, if he hadn't have been lazy, he would have never got spotted.
dude, why I don't want the you
The
wanted the
ball kept
monkey to
rolling.
go. No.
Dude, I loved that sequence of episodes. That was dope when they fucking fed the guy to the lion or the tiger or whatever, and then Elliot was about to get mauled. And you're like, no,
Not
not Elliot.
Elliot.
That show is so woke now. It's disgusting. It's hard to watch.
What show? Law and Order?
SVU.
Oh, I don't. Not SVU. Ugh. I like the regular. Like
I like all
SVU
of
got
them.
old like 20 years ago.
The way they
Except,
talk is just like, oh my goodness.
yeah, I can't. Like,
It's all feelings and shit. Like,
yeah, it
listen,
is.
guys, I know you're feeling this way, but we've all got to decompress and
But I
internalize
imagine
it,
it's really
okay?
like that in a
It's
horrible
like,
like.
man, you all are talking like you're at a fucking therapy session.
Yeah, but how? Okay, seriously though, it would weigh on you to hear horrific stories of like rape and stuff like that. I mean, that does have to weigh on you, like after a
It
while, to
does.
see
I've
victims,
heard, I've heard so much over the years.
right? And could you imagine if that was your job? But yeah, no, the show is really
No, I
sad.
did it for free
Right? No,
just
that show is
because I
so
know how
sad.
to counsel people and give them good advice, and I'm good at listening to them, you know?
Yeah, I do. Do you remember the? It was an SVU episode that had John Stamos on it. Like I thought that was a really good episode.
Yeah,
I was like,
he was a stone
what?
doctor. The Robin
Yes.
Williams one, that was the best one.
Dang, I don't know if I remember that or seen it.
Oh, you got to watch that. He's like a psychology professor.
Oh yeah,
He
okay,
does the
yeah,
Milgram
yeah,
experiment, and he was making stable shocker, and he's like, I won't do it. And he's like, and she was getting
yeah.
shot. That was tense as fuck. And then you don't know. I think the dude survived. I always thought they should bring him back and like have it where he survived.
They would have, because if you shock yourself and send yourself into AFib, all you have to do is shock yourself. Well, yeah, shock yourself and go back into sinus
But
rhythm.
if you've conditioned yourself to swimming in ice cold water and understand the breathing techniques involved in
Hmm.
surviving, he could have swam off and got away with it with the current quick.
True, definitely. Well, I mean, there's your heartbeat is technically like run by electricity. So if you do, I mean, so many volts or amps or whatever is gonna fuck it up. You just can't even go around that. I wish you could train your body to be stronger to electrocution. over. You ever
No, you
watched?
can either take it or you can't. Like I've been shocked quite a few times at different strengths and levels, and
Yeah,
it hurt like but I made it.
I hate it. That's the worst feel. Oh, I'd never get over it getting shocked like that. Nope, 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 nope.
Well, like I didn't even hit the power line directly. I knew they were over that way, but I was working on this part of the tree, and I started sawing on the one branch. And it was like, I was like, what?
Oh,
And then I saw that the branch was touching the one line, so I was like, all right. So I just had to snap that shit out of the way and trim it back real quick before it shocked me again. I'm like, I thought wood didn't conduct electricity, but like apparently when
huh.
it's wet and moist, it can conduct some kind of current.
Water. Uh, the water conducts the electricity, but you could have grounded yourself.
I was
Um,
on the roof.
oh, okay.
I was on the shed roof, cutting the branches up to the shed roof.
So if you got gloves, uh, you could have grounded yourself. But if you didn't have them, then you're kind of stuck. So yeah, I suppose. I
See,
don't fuck
another
around with
time
those.
we were having band practice, and homeboy forgot the connector cord from the speaker to the amplifier thing. Yeah, the little amp for the microphone. PA. That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
So I was like, dude, you got any old lamps in the garage? And he's like, yeah. So like, I ripped the cord off of that and rigged it up. And when I went to fucking do it, he had it plugged in and turned on. It was like, and like the breaker popped, and I was just like, ah. I was so pissed. Fuck, dude, why did you turn that on? He's
Dude,
like,
I
I didn't
almost.
know that would happen. I was like, neither did I. Then I was like, well, it is an electric cord, so it's probably carrying way more amps than speaker cable normally does. Whereas live and learn moments, you know,
Yeah, I guess you really did learn. Mm.
it is brutal.
I only got shocked like trying to plug something in. Um, there was like an electrical outlet, but it was up on the light fixture in the bathroom in our house in Florida. So like you just sit there and try to push it in, and then I touched the fucking prongs. Oh my god, it was horrible. My arm was like shaking for a while and shit. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I don't like fucking around with electricity. I took it in college, so like I know how to wire up houses and shit like that. But the most I really like, I don't like messing with the breaker box anymore because we had one ground out on us
Oh, my
back
mom
in
had
the
a
day when I did
had a bad
heating
one
and air.
for a
Well, no,
while.
like we were doing heating and air, and the
Hmm.
guy's radio wasn't coming through, so I was watching for this little copper ground wire to come out,
Hmm.
and it went out the wrong spot, and I didn't know it. And I was like, all right, stop, stop, but he wasn't hearing me, and he pushed it and hit the breaker box, and fucking burned out the panel, and it was fucking crazy. It
Shouldn't
arced
have
right in
had
front of
power
me.
running to it.
He came out, he's like, are you okay? What happened? And I was like, he saw where the wires come. He's like, oh shit, because it was like came out like right out of the siding somehow. I was like, I was waiting for you to keep pushing, and then once I saw it come out, I was like, no, no, stop! But it was too late. And he's like, yeah, the radio wasn't fucking working because they
Yeah,
were in radio. Yeah,
I don't know how my mom's house did not burn down like when she moved to, and it had those screw-in bulbs like for the electrical panel. So it was like those screw-in fuses, and there was something like they added on part of the house. So like a lot of switches, like there's like three switches that'll control something, and one will be in a different room and shit. It's crazy. And
yeah,
then most of the house was running off of one 30 amp fuse, and like we had boxes of the screw-ins to like put back in, but then we finally found one that you can actually just trip and untrip. But man, and there would be like certain outlets you couldn't use, like oh yeah. In Florida I was in a program to actually be an electrician. My dad was an electrician, my uncle was an electrician, my grandpa was like both grandpas were electricians. Yeah.
yes, yeah. I don't mind wiring up a house or like changing out fixtures and stuff like that. like the basic shit. I just don't want to mess with the breaker
Yeah.
box anymore,
Yeah.
other than like resetting the breaker. But
I may have rewired some of the fire speakers in my apartment so they don't scare the shit out of my
yeah, I
cats.
don't I don't like fucking smoke alarms at all.
I really don't either, but apparently in the projects they just go off all the time for like 30 minutes or so. So like if there ever really is a fire, I'm fucked because I don't even bother to look, go outside, nothing because it's so common that the fire alarm's going off. Like, fuck it.
Yeah, there's no one else here to bother, so I'm just like, if I hear it, it's like, fuck that. I know nothing's on fire.
It'd be like 2 or 3 a.m. The fucking fire
Well, no,
alarms
as
are
soon
going
as I'm
off.
awake, it's like I know I'm not smelling smoke, so there's
Yep.
no fire. It just gets moisture in it after a while, and the circuits corrode because I'm close to the beach.
Well, there's like how many technical buildings this plaza has?
I
Like
thought I was like miles away from it where I'm at, but actually I'm a lot closer than I thought, which is funny.
to what?
The harbor part. Like I have the one short I made where I climb up a tree and like you can see the beach. Like it's maybe 2 miles away tops.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh
I
wait.
didn't even realize it. Everyone's like, dude, you've driven there with us so many times. I'm like, yeah, but I don't pay attention. Like trying to get stoned before we go to the restaurant. I'm not focused on, and they're like, it's literally like 2 mile drive. You go over the bridge, and then it's like stoplight, and then another stoplight. Where there, I'm like, yeah,
The
I'm
what?
not
The water
following it.
isn't the water isn't clear in the Pacific, right?
It's blue, but it's not crystal clear. Not everywhere. It's there's wave action, so it's always churning.
Yeah, but like somebody that I went to school with moved to Arcata. Is that Arcata?
Arcadia,
No, it's not Arcadia. It's TA for sure. I think it's like Arcata.
Tarzana,
I don't know. It's like northern, I think, more
no,
California.
Temecula.
Uh, no, it's like Arcata. Arcata, I think. Because it's like right on the water line. So she goes there a lot and she like makes music, like music videos and create and paintings and stuff. And the water looks brown, but it's really cool that you guys have starfish. I've never seen one.
Yeah, starfish are nice.
I want to see it.
Got
They
good
didn't
texture.
have them in the Gulf.
Do I have one here?
Well, I've seen the ones that they fish out or whatever, but I wanted to see a live one.
Yeah, you can go to the beach and find them every now and again. Go at the right time with tide and whatnot. Know where to
Yeah,
look.
she always goes and there's like a bunch of them. She'll send me like or photos of like
I like finding them
starfish.
dried up, and then you collect sand dollars too.
Yep, sand dollars. A lot of people don't know what sand dollars are. A lot of people.
Where do they think it's money?
They're like, what is that? No, they really don't know because I said it. I forget that's somebody else's panel, and they were like, "What is a sand dollar?" And I'm like, "What? You don't know what a sand dollar is?"
You've never like, how did you go through life and never encounter one?
I think you have to be living by the ocean to really. I thought that they were actually trying to do preservation
There
on
is,
the sand
yeah, but
dollar.
it's like a design thing on, people use it as a design feature.
Not so much
Um,
anymore, though. I think they might be endangered.
I don't know.
I don't know either, but I thought that they were kind of dwindling, like you're supposed to leave them alone, type of a thing. But I never saw one. I never saw one, so I don't know.
What the hell was I thinking when I made that? Oh, that's just insanity. What does that even mean?
Oh, her pit bull Finn. My mom got an Aussie and named it Finnegan. Finnegan.
I'm making every stash of old memes, and this one just says, "I want to cream pie Nancy Reagan's corpse." Clint Eastwood. I'm like, okay, why did I make that? What was that about? That
I
must have
like
been
the I like
super
the
funny.
really horrible memes that like most people. find.
I made some doozies.
I
Like
know
I might
that.
have to have a members area before I can actually post some of the shit I've made where it's like, what?
Like I have one. It was like Harry Potter in the Chamber of Gas. And he's wearing a Nazi uniform. The actual dude.
I've had many thumbnails taken down by YouTube as violated. And like
Really?
yeah, like
They can't just
come
say
on,
18
really?
plus. Dude, somebody posted fucking titties on the community page yesterday, and they didn't get in trouble. What the fuck?
Right?
Did you see Michelle Sabat's titties on the timeline?
God no. I'm glad I didn't.
Why? She's got fake boobs. I mean, they're not bad looking.
Because I've seen that face.
Oh yeah,
And that
she got
voice.
yeeted, I think, for showing her titties. So
Yeah, you remember The Shining when the woman turned old while he was making out with her? That's how I'm at. That would be like you'd be like, ah, titties and bathtub
she's
gremlin
she used to
face.
be a hooker. Oh yeah, I told you that. And then
Yay,
she used her
good for
daughter's
her.
name.
I
I
won't slut
guess.
shame, but
No, I'm not
I'll
slut
slut
shaming
shame.
her. I think it takes like a lot to do
I
that.
didn't
I
have
don't.
to sell my pussy, so
Your Bob's still there. I don't know. I'm really torn between these channels that are kind of like tearing people down that have BPD. You know, like these people, yes, they're doing shitty things, and yes, as adults are responsible. But I don't know. Are people driving this shit to happen? You know what I mean? And is it fair?
is it even about fair? Is it just another experiment?
I suppose all social media is a social experiment, but
Nothing's ever out of the control of the system. There's always people and places and things, circumstances, events. All of it, all of it has its place.
yeah, but
You just
I
have
don't.
to, I don't know, you just have to think about it like a project or a puzzle. Like, okay, I'm
Well, I
trying
do,
to figure
and
out
in the
this,
long
this,
run,
this.
is kind of what I'm questioning is that, like, you can get mad that somebody did something this day, make a video about it, say what they did, whatever, whatever. But like, for Sabat, I mean, that Amber chick, god damn, she would literally stream her at the same time and like send people in and antagonize her and say crazy shit to her, and they knew
Yeah.
that she has BPD, dude. That's not cool. Just
God,
like
that's terrible too. Uh, it's like the biggest, fattest woman sprawled out on the couch and says, cry at the sight of my pussy.
oh,
I mean, it's hilarious, but it's like, I don't remember the relevance.
what is another one where it's like,
It's troubling.
um,
What was I thinking?
most of
My,
my
I
things,
mean, it's
I always
funny.
know
It's
what I'm
like,
thinking.
I'm gonna post it. It doesn't really fucking violate anything. And to me, I'll be like, it looked like a painting. I thought it was a Botticelli. My bad. I thought we couldn't fat shame.
Whoops. Fat shame. God, I watch way too
But
much
will I get in trouble for
Food and
making
Beauty
fun
to
of
hear
the Pope?
that.
Like I got one of the Pope and it's like, my wonder gut, not molesting enough.
Catholic jokes are great.
Somebody
Like
will be
there'd
like,
be like four.
yeah, no, that's hate speech against the Catholic.
There was a meme on Reddit recently where it was like Reddit has the best memes. Let me tell you this. Like you could go straight vulgar on there. Okay, so somebody had made like it was like four pictures, and it was like things that hurt my asshole, and it was like like a ghost pepper, this and this, and it showed like a cardinal or a pope. What's the fourth one?
Someone's like, remember those really, really big pine cones? Yeah.
Oh.
They always tell you don't go out in the mud without boots. Well, learn the hard way.
Shut up. That can't. No. That.
No, I'm
No.
just kidding.
Okay, okay. I was like,
I didn't
what?
know. I've never heard of that. I was
It
just
might.
being funny.
I feel
That
like
didn't
it might
happen
have
to me.
happened if somebody was
Not to anybody
pantless.
I know.
No,
But
no,
I
no,
have
no.
seen those porn bombers. The one guy was straight up about to stick some football size shit inside himself.
Yeah, when they stretch their buttholes, I call them gaping buttholes. Because they are. They're
Yeah.
like gaping open. Like, how does your shit not fall out? I don't get
Why
it.
would you want to do like what would be the end game of doing that to yourself?
No, that's what just happens if you have a lot of anal sex. It
Yeah,
just
like
happens.
normally you might wear your O-ring out eventually to a degree, but like when you're putting giant shit in there, you're definitely having
I'm
it
gonna
happen.
stretch out the nice O ring reference, Boomer.
Oh, that was terrible.
An O ring. Sphincter. I don't know, because like a lot of the like porn stars, women, like their buttholes are gaping. Like, ooh.
Oh.
Isn't it funny when you're like amused by your own musings and people are like, what the fuck, dude?
Well, it's just 'cause it's so unexpected. It's like I forgot I even did it, and then I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm in
I love shit like that. Where I'm like, oh, yep.
man, it's Superman.
Like, oh, yep, I did that. Ooh.
Oh, good an Eskimo meme from back in the old days. Ooh, Leela.
Lilu?
Yeah, no, Leela from Futurama.
Oh, I don't like Futurama. I was thinking of Lilu Dallas,
What?
Multipass.
You don't like Futurama?
I do not.
Why?
Sorry. I don't know. I don't really watch a lot of stuff like that, though. I don't know.
Well, I got Futurama tattooed on me.
Do you? Like the robot guy or something?
Yeah, I got Bender tattooed on my leg, and then I got topless Leela laying down like a centerfold pose on my thigh. I just got to color in the hair.
Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with the show. It's just, I don't know. Not my thing,
And
I
I gave
guess.
her a heart tattoo on her ass because they're like, yeah, you're having tattoos. It's another depth. Oh, yes. Chimichanga.
Did you ever watch? Nah, I bet you probably didn't watch the show Psych.
Yeah,
Did you?
yeah.
I love that show.
I liked the what was that shit called with Courtney Cox? And they were like running a magazine, like a scandal magazine.
I have no
It
idea.
was on FX, the FX network back in the day.
Oh,
Something like that. That shit was funny.
I know Justified on FX was really good. Um, what else? Oh my gosh, I need to catch up on American Horror Story. Do you watch American Horror Story? I need somebody to tell me if the last one is worth watching.
All that stuff's just too recycled.
Some of it, yes, some of it, no. Like the first season was really good, so like I'm kind of hooked. And then the last season I watched was 1984, I think it was called, and it was set in 1984, and I was so fucking triggered. I was fucked up for like a month.
I like what was it, 1402 with John Cusack.
I don't think I saw that.
What? That one's dope as fuck.
I don't watch movies.
You're
I can't
missing out.
I can't follow them.
Watch it on YouTube. It has commercial breaks, so it'll keep your interest.
No, that would be less interesting and more infuriating. I actually like have sensory processing issues with understanding and following plot lines. Like I didn't know. Apparently, I was so taboo and asking questions while people were watching movies. I guess that's the no-no, so I can't watch them because I have to ask questions.
It depends who you are and what the movie is in my book. And actually, the frequency too, that has a lot to do with it.
I just
Like
get
my mom
lost.
will sit there and she'll be like, "All right, I missed that. Who's that? What did you just say?" And I'll be like, "No, I just missed what he said. Thanks." Like we're in the same boat if we missed some of the fucking contextual shit in a brand new movie that we're not going to see again for a long time until it comes on cable. So thanks.
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't say it in the movie theater or anything like that. Like, yeah, no.
Yeah,
But
my
like,
mom's she's a talkative person to a fault. I
oh,
used to freak out about it because it's not that she'll talk to every single person she's around for too long, which is like more than a minute or less.
right.
It's just the level of personal detail she'll go into. She'll start being like, "Well, here's my son here, and he
Oh,
does this and that," and I'm like, "Yo, yo,
yes.
yo, yo, yo,
And the person sitting there like, dude, I don't give a
don't be
fuck.
broadcasting. I run a garden. Like that's all I need is somebody following me home from the amusement park, looking to
Shit,
score weed.
that's
Hey,
true though.
here's all this bud your mom told us you grow." Oh
Damn,
no.
your mom done snitched on you?
Well, she's just a friendly person and talkative.
I know, but she straight snitched on you, right? You always telling people that.
She means well.
She meant well. Okay.
Yeah, she's just outgoing by nature. Like she's the life of the party. So it's
Yeah,
not like
but you
she's
could still
trying to
have
do.
courtesy.
Well, no, I had to explain it to her. I'm like, yo, I had to explain it to her, like, yo, like that's just broadcasting. Like, hey,
Come rob me. Yeah.
yeah, they can follow me back, not say shit, watch me for a little bit, see that all I have is
Mhm.
like one dog. They don't know if there's guns or whatever inside, but still, they know they can always get more homeboys on the project.
True.
Bum rush. I always operate on the principle of like, just be safe.
Are you allowed to own a gun?
Yeah,
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I'm not good.
I have
Half the
like a
people.
record. I have like a small record. I don't really do shit when I was young. I was good. Can't prove
Well,
otherwise.
there's a lot of felons on YouTube. Okay, okay, more than I thought.
Nope, misdemeanor. I had misdemeanor for punching the dog, and I had like trespass.
Dude, you really
I
you?
had no choice.
Oh, was it hurting you?
No, look, it wasn't like
Okay.
that. So like, my brother couldn't get out of work to go pick up his male Labrador Retriever, which is the large dog, like a 110-pound dog, right?
Right. Yeah.
So the only people available were me and my mom. My mom had to drive, and I had to go, so I had to put my daughter, who was only a year old at the time, into the car seat. And the dog had been at the pound a week, and we didn't know it. And then they finally called us and told us. So we go down there. The dog's super hyped, so it's like I had the leash on him, but he was like, you know, kind of out
Mhm.
of control. Like, are you gonna be able to handle him? Like, yeah, he's just frisky, like he's ready to get out there. He's excited to go home. Like, so I filled out the paperwork and paid and everything. And like when we got out the door, he broke off the leash. And like my
Oh.
mom had like the 4-door Taurus sedan.
I just like got rid of
So you know
mine.
how small of a car that is, right?
Oh, it must be an older Taurus because
No, not
the
the
one.
wagon size one, the smaller sedan. They
I
had
guess
like
it's
the
got.
little 4-door where it was like a Hyundai back in the day.
Oh, that's a Escort, not a Taurus.
No, they had a Taurus version of it
Oh, okay.
where it was like it looked like a Hyundai but rounded out.
Oh,
But
because I
yeah,
have
it was
like.
a small car. It was like 5 feet across the back seat maybe. So this dog's fucking 4 feet long. Lunges to jump into the seat. He would have crushed my kid. So like I just bopped him in the hip and
Oh.
spun him around so he landed on his feet and he was okay. He wasn't
Ooh.
hurt. I didn't like beat him. I just punched him
Right.
in the air, spun him around. And then fucking there was an agent chilling. I don't even know what he was doing. He was just sitting in his truck collecting work money. He's like, well, You fucked up now because I saw what you just did. I was like, what? Protect my kid? He's like, nah, that's animal cruelty. I'm like, the hell are you talking about? The dog's fine. He's right here. He didn't run away yelping. He didn't even yelp. Like, it would be no different. Like, I hit him with the strength like a tennis ball would have hit him because it was like proof.
Yeah.
Pushing him. I spun him. I was like, if I hit him hard, it would have just struck him down. I was like, you don't, like, physics proves I'm right. I was like, you guys got cameras. They testified. They had people inside the building testify against me. And like, oh, we saw everything. We got it. Saw the cameras. I'm like, well, let's see the footage. I want to see the footage of all
Right.
this shit.
Yep.
And I was like, and I had the lawyer, and he's like, well, my client makes a good point. If the dog's so abused and it was cruelty, where are the medical reports? Was the dog checked out when you brought it in? Yes, Your Honor. And was it okay? Yeah. It wasn't injured at all? No. He's like, so how is it cruelty? And they're like, well, because you shouldn't ever hit an animal. And I'm like, motherfuckers, I wasn't trying to. I didn't want him to jump onto my kid's chest accidentally fucking kill her.
Right.
He was a
Yeah.
baby. That was my first kid. Like, I'm acting in dad mode. Fuck
Hmm.
y'all. So, like, I fought it forever. And I ended up having to do like 60 days and weekends.
Damn.
But it was only a misdemeanor. Yeah, because it was bullshit. They're like, well, you got to learn your lesson. I'm like, I did. But what do you want me to do? Take it back and let my kid get hurt? Like, I'm never going to see your point of view. My kid is more
Right.
important than,
A dog for
especially
sure.
since your people even agreed that the dog wasn't injured. Like, even my lawyer's like, Your Honor, you heard them testify. The dog was not injured in any way. So the he was like, that's why he reduced it. Because at first they were trying to like get me for like 6 months to a year. And I'm like, hell no. I'm like, you got to get that shit dropped down. He's like, yeah, yeah. I'm like, look at it. I had like a shit public defender, so I was just pushing him, telling him what I wanted.
God, I can't even. I can't
Because
even.
they take you in that private room. Like in the private room, I was like, dude, you got to get me as little jail time as possible, or I'll fuck you up. And he's like, what? And I'm like, what? He's like, I don't think I heard you right. And I'm like, think about it later, and you'll remember that you did. And he's
Did
just
you
like,
see? You see that crazy bitch in Wisconsin that like decapitated her boyfriend and shit? Fucking started beating on her lawyer in court. Her Shabusiness, what is her name? Shabusiness is her last name. I hate
the
Wisconsin.
business.
Yeah, she has a crazy name and she was high on meth. And she's like, I just want to know what it was like to kill somebody. And literally, his mom walked in, found his head in a bucket with his dick.
But I mean, it's like I've been really, really high, but not once have I ever thought, I could cut
Right.
this motherfucker's head off.
She
Hold that
dismembered
thought.
the whole
Gotta pee real
body.
quick. I'll be right back. What? I thought about that.
It sounded like you gagged. Like, I don't even know if there's anybody here watching this, but I am so addicted to Beauty Booty for some reason. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. The reactions of beauty, Foodie Booty. Beauty. Oh my god, I can't even talk.
Green tea. Just left the bit. What is that?
What?
Don't give me
Food?
copyright.
No, it's Foodie Beauty. It's YouTube
Uh,
via reaction.
as long as it's not mocking somebody, dude, that kind of stuff.
Well, technically, the reactor is mocking her, but I don't even have volume on right now, so.
Yeah, I swear.
No, you never watched the saga of this chick, the Foodie Beauty chick. It's insane.
I let a lot of shit go by. I won't lie.
Like, um, she was supposed to move into like this big house. She's all set to move. She has like she was living with an ex-boyfriend who I'm sure she took advantage of a lot. But anyways, this guy
Oh, what was
contacted
the
her.
guy's name? It was Shani and Beverly.
Rev.
A
Like
Rev.
he thinks he's a reverend. I think his real name is Jason, but he has a channel like Revelation News because it like his family
I thought he was a
members.
panhandling tweaker.
Well, he's not a tweaker. He
I only saw
actually
one video and I was like, I don't get it. I'm out.
he looks like it because he has shit.
Picky.
What is the disorder? Not schizophrenic.
Mhm.
It's part schizophrenic. Why can't I think of the name?
Sociopathy.
No.
Lou Gehrig's disease.
Shut up. It's like it's not schizoid personality disorder, but it's called something
Psychosis.
else. Mitosis, yes. Reproduction.
If
um,
you got Down syndrome.
the trisomy 21? No.
Why don't they do a
uh,
study on that? I want to see all the data on the people that look like they might have Down syndrome, but they don't. Like, what's going on to where they're almost there?
well, either you have an extra chromosome or you don't. So, I
No,
mean,
but
that's.
you've been out in public. You've seen those people where you're like questioning it, and then they talk, and you're like, okay, they look it, but they're not talking.
What about cerebral palsy? I mean, that seems like somebody that has cerebral palsy can be uh, reminiscent of somebody who has Down syndrome.
Yeah, there's different levels to it.
Well, I mean, trisomy 21 is trisomy 21. It is what it is. But yeah, cerebral palsy, like the neighbor lady had a daughter that had it. Yeah.
Palsy.
Ugh. Shit. I don't
Palsy,
think I.
Walsy.
Anyways, it's a really serious personality disorder, okay? And Shani won't let him get medication, go to the doctor, do anything actually. So this man is effectively it's a combination of being bipolar and schizophrenic. You have both.
I mean, that
Um,
sounds like a lot of men in America, though, honestly.
uh, no, it's pretty bad. It's pretty pronounced. But she controls him. She spent $750,000 he got his when his mom passed away. He was set living. He had a house. He had actually two houses given to him. Shani showed up on his doorstep, and with her two kids, I got taken away because well, allegedly it was him that kicked him. I think it was Shani. They both beat on the kids. One of them was autistic. Um, but anyway, she just abuses the fuck out of him, and he
Crazy.
has a very serious mental condition that requires medication. And either she would steal his medicine to get high, or
And
not
like
let
it's
him.
all like documented shit. Like
Yeah. Oh yeah.
they do that on the shows.
Yeah. The shit they do is insane.
That's what I'm saying. It's got to be like an experiment, don't you think?
No, what they've done, like
No,
the really.
not that they're just doing their
Oh,
thing and they're fucked up. But I mean, like the way they let it go on.
well, there's a lot of codependency because Shani is BPD. So you got two mentally ill codependent people, who have no money. They refuse to work. They will not work. Okay. I just saw today on the
Walking around with a name like Shani. I mean,
well,
that
her
just
name is
sounds weird
Shannon.
to me.
Her name is Shannon, but yeah.
Yeah, see, like I would use my name. I wouldn't be like, hey, I'm Shani. No.
She thinks she's cute. Like her level of liking herself is ridiculous, and she says these crazy things. Like she thinks she's religious, and she do not one. One
You,
video, she said that Jesus has to be an alien, like by definition, and I was like, what?
what?
Yeah.
How the hell did you come up with that gemstone?
Oh, I was gonna take a clip from that and post
Because
it
you
because it
saw it
was.
on the magazine from somewhere.
Dude, they did rewatch it in Ancient Aliens and believe in that shit.
I know people don't get it. It's like you guys understand that before the 1930s, nobody talked about space or rocket ships or aliens, right? Then all of a sudden, oh, now it's a thing.
Well,
And
they
all
did.
they ever did no, think about it. All they ever did movies about was what? Going to Mars or going to the moon. So what do they always talk about? Oh, we got to go to the moon. We got to go to Mars.
I know
Why?
Mars.
I
I
thought
don't.
Mars was closer to the sun, so it's so hot you can't go there. Oh no, it's cold. It doesn't have an
No, it.
atmosphere. Oh, well, then how are you going to go there? You won't be able to pressurize.
It might have. Oh, just me. He rage quit. Damn it.
Well, yeah, NASA tried to take me down.
They sure did. They were like, God damn it, he knows too much.
Sorry,
Um,
boss.
they have that Mars colony, so
Get a
it
drink of
must
water, boss.
it
Put in the
must
water
have
now, boss.
some gravitational pull. I know the atmosphere isn't breathable, so you have to live in like, which I would never want to do, live in those like vacuum, like
If it's
I
got
don't know.
gravity, why doesn't it have a moon?
One didn't go by it, I guess, at the right time. I mean, they kind of just suck in the moons as they
I thought the moons
gravitate.
were built up of asteroids and other space debris that
Right,
is
it'd be just shit that's
collected and
there.
coagulated and it forms a moon magically, and somehow it becomes iridescent.
Because the planet next to it is larger, right?
Is it?
Mercury, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter. Oh yeah, Jupiter. That's why it has so many other moons. It took all of Mars moons.
Yeah.
Because I mean that motherfucker is huge.
Astronomy versus astrology. Astronomy always wins because it's
Well, yeah,
verified.
because it's real. It's science, not shit
Not
you could just
nonsense.
be vague about, and people fill in the details and think that you did something. You know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna have a great day
Well, it's like,
tomorrow.
okay, how the hell would you can't even make you can't even make the case for the constellations beyond the Big Dipper being the shape of a measuring cup or something. That one, all right, I'll give you that one. Big Dipper looks like a little measuring cup.
Yeah, Little
But the rest
Dipper,
of them do
whatever.
not look like none of this shit.
Yeah, I know.
Orion
Cause
ain't
you
no
see
guy
all the
holding a sword in
outlines
the
they have to
line. It's
draw
fucking
around it.
stick figure at best.
Yeah, no, that does
Yeah,
it.
all of them are bogus. And then what? So what makes these certain stars special out of all the rest of them? Why are those the only ones that could possibly influence you?
There's stories. There's very
Horseshit. It's based
it's
around
no, but
it's Iranian pagan idol worship from back in the day. The king
yeah,
enforced
yeah.
his 12 idols, and he made the star signs in the sky,
Yep.
and he made the system up, and he would kill you if you didn't believe his bullshit. And
It's just
people
like
just keep
now.
going with it.
Jesus.
Well, I'm practicing the old ways. Like, yeah, there's a reason they died off. Like,
Yeah.
supposed to let some shit stay buried and gone because it's just there's no fruit to it. It's
They have so
dead. All
many
it
like
does
crazy
is
things. There's
track and
like your life
remember.
number. There's the you can have like I don't understand this enough to even explain it. Where you find out where uh Lilith is in your. I don't even understand the charts they do with that shit. I tried.
Yeah,
I
it's
was like,
just
I
like,
don't get
like,
it. But those charts say what you're supposed to be more like versus using your actual sign. You know what I mean? So like I don't even
but
remember what it
none of
said.
them take into account the 13th sign, which is actually there. So it's like you can't even believe
What's the
anything they say.
13th sign? There's only
Or
12
ficus,
months.
or ficus, the serpent bearer. No, there's more. There was 13 months originally in their
Oh.
calendar system. It got everything gets changed when somebody else conquers
Okay, so we got taken over and then went by like Gregorian time.
or whoever.
I think
It's
that's what
been
it's
so
called.
long. I think that fucking they
Like,
had such a great war at some point that they either forgot about everybody over here and had to come back for them. That's why they think there's some indigenous thing. They were like, no.
well, I mean, it just
Earth
really.
is one landmass before the sea level rose from the Great Flood. Like,
We could talk about Pangea. Stop it, not again.
well, look at Earth on Google Earth with no water. The land's still connected under there, and they can
Yeah.
show where sea level's 2,000 feet
Well, yeah, it's
down
not like
from there.
water went to China. Like, it was like going
Well, no,
straight through. There has
it
to be
made huge
ground.
waves. It made different. It would. You got to see it to see what I'm talking about. Like
No, I have seen it. I
There's so
know.
much land that really isn't that far under it when you really get to look at it without water. And like you think about the ocean, but then you think like there's so much that's only 200 feet down that used
Yep.
to be exposed, like a whole other state worth just off the coast.
Why do you think that it was always exposed?
Because everybody agrees that a great flood happened.
No, I've heard
Even the Native
nobody agree
Americans
to
had the
that.
great gash in the sky where they said the sky ripped open and cried and all
I've
that, and the
never
rivers fell down.
heard a single scientist ever say that. I've literally I'm serious. I've never heard anybody say that before.
You got to research and read outside of what they teach you at college because the college is going to be biased against anything that can point back to stories that validate God. They have a bias as atheists. No, it's just an inherent thing with them. Where I don't believe in God, blah blah blah. Like whatever,
I
dude.
don't I don't believe in God.
Fine and dandy. Doesn't mean
Uh,
God doesn't exist.
Oh no, I know, because like there's no definitives either way. So I don't like hate on people.
Dude, I mean, when you're ready for God to prove himself, he will. That's just how
No,
it works.
he's done. He had his chance. He took my daddy, and he can go fuck himself if he's real. I don't want to go to heaven.
Heaven's where God lives. Anyway,
Yeah, I don't want to go
people have
there.
the story confused.
I'd rather go to hell, to be honest with you.
I don't know about hell.
This is probably hell, earth,
No, it's only mentioned 3 times in the Bible. The guy was saying, and
hell.
he wrote, yeah,
Well, because the greatest thing the devil ever did was convince people that he didn't exist.
I know that's a movie line though.
No, I mean they say that in Christian belief. Like a lot of Christians say that.
No, that was Kaiser Sose. That was The Usual Suspects.
Oh, I've never seen it.
What?
It's like a famous quote though.
I don't watch
Uh,
movies.
I don't watch movies. I'm sorry. Like I have ADHD and I don't process things right.
That's crazy, man. Crazy bananas.
Like well actually I actually think it like I'm autistic, but okay, so like if somebody is autistic or has autistic tendencies, they
Uh-huh.
um they only understand things kind of literally. Do you know what I mean? Like at face value. So in movies, when they have kind of like you said, like contextual things or things that you're supposed to just understand that are there, I don't understand that at all.
I
I
mean,
can't.
it's not an unheard of thing. I had
Not
people that grew up and they weren't around TV.
well, no. I mean, it's a deficit I have with everything. Like I can't read books because I do not pick up on like foreshadowing and or like symbolism, with characters and stuff
That's a
like that. Like,
blessing in disguise.
why I would like to be able to read books and understand and not miss half of what's being said. You know what I mean? And in
Yeah, see, I
college,
start
I had to
reading the
have
book
books
and
on tape.
I figure out the book, so it's like I read it to the end and I'm like, yep, it's just like I thought from the beginning. Same with the movie. I can figure out the plot quick. It's like, all right, I see where this is going. But
Some
I'll
of them
still
I
watch
can
it.
too. Yeah, some of them I can too. Like everybody was telling me I had to watch The Secret Window. I had to watch The Secret Window. Okay, and I was like, okay. And so I go to watch it, and they're like, I just couldn't believe it at the end that it was him. And I was like, wait, we weren't supposed to know it was him the whole time. I was like, okay.
Bob, who
like, dude, I knew it was him the whole
else would
time.
it be?
I know, right? It's like, come on now.
Fred Thompson. Bob going out for all time. Whatever the hell he does. Cat stuff.
Like, I'll watch some funny movies because they're not complex or action movies, maybe. I don't know.
Eventually you watch everything.
No, fucking chick flick. Fuck
Yeah,
a chick flick.
even chick flicks,
Nope.
rom-coms, chick flicks,
I
all
will lay in my bed and stare at the ceiling before I ever fucking watch a chick flick. Fuck that.
Don Cheadle.
Why the fuck would you want to cry on purpose?
Because
Why
it
would
cleanses you. Still, it's good
sure?
to have a good cry every now and again and get it out of your system.
Yeah, but I don't
It
want
kind
to
of,
inflict it unnaturally by watching something sappy, gross.
because sometimes you need to, and life just isn't bad enough. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually I'm kind of like dark enough that if I need to feel better, I will go watch a horrible true crime thing, and it makes me feel better. And sometimes makes me cry. That I'll cry to. It's the only thing I will cry to. For Evil Lives Here. That's it. If you ever want to hear some seriously fucked up ass stories, you should watch that show. And they have serial killers like family go on it. Like Gacy's sister was actually on the show and talked about like his childhood, and like what they did as siblings and shit like that. And it was crazy because at the very end they played his statement, before he was put to death. And the
Right.
sister didn't even know what he had actually said. She thought that he was executed and he was good with God. You know what I'm saying? All that shit. And then when he was executed, he said some dirty shit, and like it was it was really harsh to see her reaction to that. Like, oh,
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
or
They should have
Keith,
just fucking chopped his head off.
right? Keith Jesperson, his daughter was on
Mm,
there.
worst name ever. Keith.
Man, that's some shit. Can you imagine as a kid, like your dad shows up and just smashes
If
and
my dad had
dead
named me Keith, I
cat?
would have punched him in the balls every chance I got. I'd have been like, that's what you picked, really? Like, what the fuck, you lazy ass. Keith, fuck out of here. I'm running away as soon as I can.
So you think that's why he became the smiley face killer?
Yeah.
Because his name was Keith.
Hey, Keith. How's it going, Keith?
I've known a few Keiths.
Yeah, now
Yeah.
you're gonna see him and they're gonna be like, you're like, hey, Keith, and that's gonna hit you, and you're gonna be like, I never realized it before, but it rings true.
Oh, I don't talk to any of them anymore. There's just some farmer dude.
You gotta make pen pals in the pokey.
Hell no. If I
Jerk.
wanted to write somebody, I'd write my ex-husband, maybe, and tell him what a piece of shit he is and how he can burn in hell. And I hope he
No, you can.
continues to get raped.
Ah,
Other than
well,
that, I mean, I know what goes on in there because, I mean, he was in and out our whole relationship, man. Fuck that. I don't want to write prisoners, man. That's just some crazy shit. People that just randomly do that because they're just using you
yeah,
because
but you might have some good connects.
I suppose, but I mean, you're talking over metered things. Like, they literally open the mail and like will look at it before they give it to somebody, so they read, like, or can read what you're saying, and
No, you just give them a phone number that they can connect to and call,
on
collect
a
or whatever.
record
You're like,
on a
yo,
recorded phone
okay.
call.
Yeah, who cares? Get a burner phone.
It wouldn't matter because like the original phone number would still trace back to me when they reviewed the
No,
tape.
no,
I don't know. Eh.
no. Not in big city. You go down to LA, get a phone.
Oh, LA. Yeah, well, that's
Yeah, shit, that's not traceable. You're lucky if this shit works more than a week or two. Mhm. It's like somebody's
I
claimed it traces back to whatever, but it ain't you.
Yeah, I would not fuck with LA. I don't know if I could ever set foot there.
It's fun. Got its moments.
Uh, like I debated about doing what everybody did with Johnny Depp trial, like sleep on the lawn and try to get in for Marilyn Manson, but no, fuck that. Can't even
Join.
imagine you fucking sleep out there. They'll probably try to kill you in your sleep or something.
Little Johnny Depp.
I don't care about Johnny Depp. I mean, I just cared about like the cause, if you will, and or that he's Marilyn Manson's best friend. I don't watch his movies or nothing.
Shit, what does this mean?
Gosh, the personality disorder thing is going to drive me nuts because there's a reactor that has it too. Ugh.
React.
Schizoaffective disorder is what it's
Uh,
called.
ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, your brain is foggy.
Stars went out.
Oh, with the guy on the screen that was with the fat chick or whatever, like literally, you met her online and it was like, "Do you want to marry me and move to Kuwait?" She's Canadian, and she did. She like threw away her cats, and this major reactor in Canada has a big feud with her, basically.
Like in the
On
garbage?
Oh, she tried to actually take one cat to be put down for sure. She's like, I don't care what you guys saying, I'm killing it. Like, so the girl, her name is FFG for short, um, a very big nemesis to Foodie Beauty, if you will. So she had to stealthily find somebody to convince her uh, to be home BBJ because she's an older cat, and then FFG got her sister-in-law to do it and get her brother to go pick up the cat. And it has been the biggest shitstorm ever since. Like, it's insane. Because nobody wanted that cat to be put down. Like, you can't just kill a pet because you think it's, oh, I don't want it anymore. Even though it's, you know, she tries to say it's 21, it's 17, okay? And it's pretty healthy, except for she neglected it for so long. Its claws had regrown into the pads of its feet inside of it
Ah,
for the second time. So this poor cat had to have them. There was five of them this time. So yeah. Oof.
could you imagine?
The girl that got at FFG, she said the screaming was horrific, and she went through this huge ordeal. She lost both her dogs like over last year. Okay, like, and it was the same vet. She said the cat was just screaming, and it just like she got so triggered, and it like ended up going in the same place, like when her one dog got put down, and she's just freaking out. And yet, you know, this chick is trying to say, "Oh, you're just using my cat for content." Like, no, bitch, ain't nobody paying thousands of dollars for a 17-year-old cat. So it's not like she filmed it. If she wanted to use it for content, she could have filmed those screams, and you'd have seen how many people, like, you know, unsub from you then. She had a huge like unsubbing when everybody found out what was wrong with the cat. She was starving it for 2 days too. She was trying to make it look as worse as it could so that the vet would kill it when she went.
Right.
That's disgusting. I don't know how somebody could just do that. I've had this cat for, 18 years now, and I'm just gonna go get it killed. Sweet.
People are just.
Mm-hmm. It's
There's like
disturbing.
there needs to be a new word for it. There's just not even a strong enough word. You can cuss at them. You can call them fucktards or degenerates or reprobates or
No,
miscreants or
that's when you
dickbags
have to go and do
or
like
trash,
psychological
scum,
warfare or ops. Those
ass,
kind of people.
head, fuckwads. Like you could just go on all day
Hmm.
and justify it. It's like no, I need like something where you can just be like, "Gah!" And it's just like, "Ah."
Well, I mean, she got the foodie beauty.
Like
Okay,
the
but
Japanese have a word for it. but it's like more
Oh,
of a concept of a person, Kichi guy, lower than the low, like just
well,
human scum. But even that's not strong enough.
yeah, I don't know what we would have that represents that. And Foodie said that when she was a kid, and she lies a lot, so I don't know if this is 100% true, but I guess her mom's a piece of shit too. Like they're, you know, basically the same person where her mom, tried to get
Does she
trap a guy.
also have tatas?
Well, her mom tried to have shit. Why did I just lose the word? Trap a man when she was 15. She got pregnant with Foodie, and then dropped Foodie off with a bag of chips at her mother's house, and her mother has major depression, so she just laid in bed, and this little kid went around eating with nobody taking care of her. So, um, but anyways, like she would be like, well, more than half naked normally on her lives because there's a lot of fupa flashes. She was like,
Oh,
she was really proud of her fupa, and like and would literally, this part I can't stand, like every live she has she'll eat like this giant ass meal, and she eats like a fucking cow because like they don't close their mouth, they don't not speak when they got food in their mouth. Like, come on, man, does people not have basic manners? It's so gross sounding, I can't even stand it.
no, they don't.
Just eat like pigs. Like, I understand that mukbangs became a thing, but like I ain't trying to watch all that. That's gross.
Their manners are lacking in a lot of cases.
Rev did mukbangs when they were still living in Colorado. Those Shanny tried to cook. So funny. And she would just make some random shit, and then dude had to like eat it. But yeah, don't. I can't even bring myself to like want to go on a live and eat a ton of food. You know what I mean? Like what? Why would I want somebody watching me eat?
Especially when you know you're gonna have to shit at some point, and they're gonna know it too. They're gonna be like, "Yep, he's going to shit."
That doesn't happen to me, but um, okay.
But it would if you ate a bunch.
Mm,
Mm,
mm, I don't know.
I'm pretty certain.
My system ain't right, to be honest with you.
Beans, lots of beans.
I wish, but they have so many carbs in it.
So what? Carbs aren't the enemy.
Well, when you're fat, they are.
No, you got to listen to the latest research on stuff.
It's what they said deficit, right? Like to have deficits.
You gotta have a well balanced meal of all of the basics of it. You gotta have carbs. You gotta have starch. You gotta have sugars. You gotta have this. You gotta have
Carbs
that.
isn't
You
a
gotta have
food
modern.
group, is it?
Everything's a group.
Everything's a group. Okay.
I'll
Well,
just
I
group them
mean,
together.
a lot of. Well, I shouldn't say that because now that I lost more money for food stamps, I probably will just eat whatever shit I can get a hold of. So, whatever. I mean, I have
You can live off
medication.
peanut butter and jelly. That's healthy.
Actually, I think I'm actually allergic to peanut butter because I was eating it. Just that's what I was going to live off of is peanut butter, basically. And the back of my throat started feeling like I had a hair stuck in it, you know?
Almond butter.
And I was like, what is going on? And it happened like every time. And apparently that's an allergic reaction. So I was like, sweet, a poor person allergic to peanut butter. Keep giving it to me.
I can eat it. It's good stuff.
It is good stuff. And as a kid, like I could never eat it like plain, like off of a spoon. It would make me gag. Like
Yeah, I don't
so
like
that's
to just sit there and eat it. Like that's
oh,
crazy.
that's what I do now or was doing. I just eat it.
Yeah, my kid does that shit, and I just look at him like, "Where did you come from?"
My
Like,
dad would just like grab a spoon. I think my stepdad does that too.
yeah,
But
no,
like
that's weird. It seems weird to me. It's like when people eat a stick of butter, and you're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like,
my sister ate
what
margarine
is
a
this
lot
butter? It's
as
just
a
a stick
kid.
of butter. It's good.
Yeah. Butter's
It's like,
better than margarine. I mean, my sister literally ate that shit as a kid. Like, who the
you're not
fuck eats
supposed to
country
eat it like
crock?
it's a thing, though.
I know it's so gross. My sister didn't eat a lot of anything, so she just ate weird shit.
It was crazy. We would
I
make
know.
that guy go in the other room every time he did weird shit. We'd be like, nah, man, get out of here, Andre. Go in the other room. That guy had so many peculiar habits and traits. Like every sleepover we'd have, he'd be the first one to fall asleep, right? And once he was asleep, you could just stack things on him. So sometimes we would stack all the Tupperware in the house on him and take like a Polaroid of it. And then other times we would just be like, whatever, likes to stack all the cushions from the chairs in the
Dude, the
room.
first person to fall asleep always gets wrecked.
And he would not move. Like nothing would move. And he was just,
Oh,
and he'd
one time we
fucking,
had
crazy.
one time we had like my mom's friend from Georgia came to visit, and she had like 5 kids, and one of them was my age or whatever. So she was like sleeping with me in my bed, and she slept with her fucking eyes open, and they were going
Oh,
side to side.
yikes.
Like me and my sister were like shitting ourselves. We didn't know what to do. Like, how are you gonna sleep next to that? You think the devil's about to come up?
Right? Like, what's wrong with you? What have you done?
Apparently, that just it's normal. Like it happens to some people. That's creepy as fuck, though.
Yeah, suppose it happens. I don't want to be me.
No, I mean, I guess you wouldn't really know if you did it because you're asleep.
I don't know. I don't know. We should do a survey.
Start sleeping with the fucking. My sister, or not my sister, I'm sorry, my oldest daughter was actually on websites. Men were like having little girls sleep with their phone videos on overnight. Man, kids do just need to stay off the internet for real.
There needs to just be secret clubs of guys that get together and, take care of people like that.
Yeah, I wish they still had those guys. 'Cause somebody, like, I have a couple people scouting to, like, get rid of my ex in prison. Because he needs to be taken out.
Crazy, man. Dawson's Creek.
You?
You didn't like Dawson's Creek?
No, I didn't watch that shit. That's chick flickish.
Yeah, exactly.
I told you I didn't
You
watch
could
that
hang
shit.
out with the chicks and watch TV.
I don't like chicks. I don't.
Exactly. I'm a guy. I did. So it was a
No.
perfect inroad to just be hanging out with chicks.
But wasn't it miserable watching that shit?
No,
You're gross.
I appreciated it for what it was.
What a
Just
bunch of
something
women.
entertaining.
You sitting there.
Yeah, I'm hanging out with the girls. It's like, cool.
Sweet.
Rub my shoulders. Okay, that's action. You're a teenager. That's all. It's all good at that point. There's no downside to that. What did you do last night? I was hanging out with this girl and this girl and this girl. We watched like 90210, and they weren't like, you were watching 902 in there. They were like, damn, you were hanging out with them chicks. I'm like, yeah,
Yeah, they
cool.
care about the chicks, but if the chicks weren't right, they would have been like, damn, you gay and hanging out with them nasty bitches.
No, they wouldn't have been gay. They didn't promote that back when I was younger.
Really?
When I was young, they were just trying to
Oh,
talk
wait,
every chick into being high.
that was a really hated thing back then. You're right. You're right.
Yeah,
That
like
was,
they were trying to get chicks to be bi, and that was about it.
which is such a weird double standard. But even I agree. Like,
Exactly. It's homosexuality either way. I don't stand behind it.
right.
So I
But
tell people I don't want to hear that shit. But Just not my. I don't want to hear about that any more than I really want to hear about incest. It's not my cup of tea. It's not what I'm into.
Right.
If you
But
want to
crap.
put your body through that, then by all means go for it. But don't tell me about it because I'm not interested in the details.
Right.
I want to know. I know how dirty your bed is. Like I don't need to know about.
What? What do you mean by their bed is dirty? You mean like religious,
The
like
products
wise?
of no, just the natural products of the butt humping, just
Oh,
poo poo and caca and nut and sweat and whatever the fuck else, blood. You don't know.
why would there be blood? Have you never had anal sex
Anal
before?
fissures. They could have tearing. The guy might be extra rough on his buddies all the
Jesus!
time. Tom, what are you doing? Shut up, Keith.
Thought it was Tom, Dick, and Harry.
It was, but then they met Keith. Keith was
Oh my god.
insane. Keith has no boundaries. All
Keith.
access, Keith. They call him MasterCard because anybody can grab a hold. Bam. Keith. See, we hated the name Keith for a long time before that anyway, because chick had dated a dude named Keith, and that's how it all started. But then
Mm.
once they said it on Family Guy, it like cemented it as a joke in the community, like the neighborhood and all the people. So it was even funnier than shit.
I can't stand the name Curtis. Ugh.
I don't like Dominic.
Yeah, I don't see too many Dominics these days. Yeah, that's a really pretentious name.
I'm Dominic. Like you don't
Yeah.
need that many syllables, fucko.
Right?
And worse they are, I'm Nikki. Like no, you're not. You're Dominic.
Oh,
You
they
just
would use
name.
Nikki? Ew. I would
People
think
are
it would be
weird.
like Dom or, but that doesn't come out right anymore.
The
Uh,
Dahmer.
well, no, Dom or like, and then they'll just think like you're saying a dominant. Yeah.
Dahmer. No, I was thinking of Jeffrey Dahmer too, though.
Yeah, I know. I mean, another Wisconsinite champion. My grandma used to walk in front of the chocolate shop every morning.
Why y'all want to be eating heads?
What?
Why'd y'all make guys that eat people so much? What's going
I
on up there?
There's nothing to do up here, man.
So you
Cause
turn to eating body parts and wearing
I
skin
get,
masks and
I guess so, man.
well,
Well,
I'm bored. I guess I'll start killing teenagers after I rape them and stuff them in the crawl space. Hooty hoo. Like, there's
yeah,
other hobbies out there. You'd pick up the trombone.
you figure- but there's that sexual drive, and I guess they just couldn't get over it. Dahmer wanted somebody who was
Dead.
complete. No, he didn't want him to be dead. Actually, what he wanted was kind of like, I mean, like kind of dead, more like paralyzed, so they couldn't get away from him, and they could be, he could own them essentially. So like he drilled the hole in their head, and he was thinking that he was going to be able to like control them. It's weird. It was really weird. But yeah, I watched that
I
one
mean, it's
documentary.
sound in theory. You could lobotomize somebody, but unless you know exactly what you're doing, you might take out all their motor function.
Yeah, well, I think he was trying to take out some of the motor function because, I mean, I don't think he used he didn't go through the
I'm
frontal
trying to make
lobe.
a gimp.
Yeah, he was making a get right. He wanted somebody he could, um,
Gimp.
like have sex with, and they weren't ever gonna fight or leave. How
Sure.
it when they died and he started eating them. I don't know how that transpired, and or I wonder if he fed any of those people. I think he did. They condemned that building though, and like it's paved over and there's a fence around it. Like you can't go anywhere near that site where
Thank
that
God.
building was. Yeah,
That's enough.
if they would have kept that projects up, ugh, because that he was living in a project. It was not a great place in Milwaukee at all.
That's wrong.
Dallas. Oh, Dallas isn't like Milwaukee crime wise, but it's like redneck alcoholics. That's like where the one family member lived, West Dallas.
Oh, Ellis.
West Dallas. We just call it the damn. What did I just call it? Man, I got brain fog today.
Isn't Eminem from there?
Dallas. No, Eminem's not from Wisconsin. Yeah.
Somebody is.
Well, I'm sure there's
Okay.
plenty of people that are. Sadly.
Somebody's got to be there. I don't know who, but somebody.
Or maybe it's because they need to like let us use drugs,
Hmm.
like weed, and maybe we'll just chill the fuck out and stop killing everybody. Oh yeah, because we
Uh-huh.
have the Waukesha parade. We have that now too. And Waukesha is where most of my family lives. Mm.
Waukesha.
Waukesha. Some of it. I hate it when people
Waukesha.
say that. They do though. They're
Waukesha.
like Waukesha. It's like, bitch, shut up. It's Waukesha.
Who was it? Is that crazy bitch Waukesha?
Okay, right.
Got issues.
And see that chair they wheeled Daryl Brooks into the Milwaukee courthouse. They strapped that brother down. Milwaukee do not play, and that's a really shitty jail to be in too. Ugh.
Every jail's shitty. Like, are you kidding?
No, not to this extent. Like there's like I went to jail in Waukesha, and it is nothing like Milwaukee. No, 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 no.
I'm a free range human, so like any size cage or imprisonment to me is just tantamount to cruelty.
Yeah, but some dirtier and like the way guards treat people and shit is just it's a lot different. Like Waukesha is a predominantly white community, okay? And then
Mm.
there's like the ghetto of Milwaukee, which is really bad. And predominantly either like Latino or African American, and they just don't have sanity.
Somali.
Oh, could be. I don't know if we have Somali. You hear Somalians. I don't know if we have like a Somalian area here. I know we have like
Well, you better run and check. Good Lord. They
we
might
have
be
I know
everywhere.
we have Hmong. Like we have a lot of Hmong.
The city might be lousy with them.
No, because there's like these certain sectors, and I don't think that was ever one of them. Because there's
There's a
like,
Somalian sector.
well, yeah, because they're like, okay, Cesar Chavez is where the Latino area is. Like that's where that starts, and it's all up in
What?
this area.
And
Cesar
that's not
Chavez.
deemed culturally insensitive.
It's where the line's drawn. I don't know why. I don't. It maybe could be a coincidence that it has like a Latin name. I don't know. But that's like if you want to associate where in Milwaukee to go to be in that area, it would be there.
Mealy Joaquin.
Or then there's like a place, Whitefish Bay, but it's called White Folks Bay. Um,
What?
yeah, Whitefish Bay. It's called White
Oh,
Folks
white. I
Bay.
thought you said white folks, bay.
Yeah, that's what people call it.
Oh, okay. So I wasn't hearing things.
Because there's like some places in Wisconsin that you get in trouble for just existing and being black.
That
Um,
seems. I can't even imagine that in this day and age.
oh, it's horrible, especially where my family lives now. Like driving through the falls, like you'll see if it's a black person, they get pulled over automatically. And I always be like, oh, driving with black. Like it was a crazy. I don't like that community because they also make sure businesses close at like an earlier hour so that quote unquote black people didn't want to come. But I could tell you this, they extended the Milwaukee bus line into that town,
Are they like
and
vampires there? They sleep during the day or what?
they're like
How
working
does that work?
class. They're like working class. I don't I mean it was like open until say maybe like 10 o'clock or something, like places.
Oh,
I don't know. It was stupid. They Like they moved Walmart because Walmart wanted to be 24 hours, and it actually had to move into a different county because they would not let it be 24 hours in case it attracted black people. Ugh.
That's just ridiculous.
It
It's
is. It
Walmart.
was a horrible community. Like went to
It's
the
gonna attract
doctor.
everybody.
Is racism is really alive in Wisconsin. Well, it's a Republican
Isn't
state,
that a
so
predominantly Democrat area too?
no, Wisconsin is hella Republican. Jeez, or at least where my family lived.
Were they all Polish?
We're German. What?
The Polish people up there, lots of Polish people, or what?
I don't know.
Escapees.
A lot of skis. I mean, my grandpa, like my step grandpa's a Polish.
Cheeseheads.
Petrosky. But in our family bloodline, no, we don't have anybody Polish.
Oh, oh, oh. Hoochie hoochie papa. Shoot you papa.
I forget what weird arbitrary rules that they have out there. It's stupid. It's terrible.
They want you to eat kangaroo.
Really. Do a lot of people eat kangaroos?
Apparently, it's really lean and good.
Oh, I think my uncle had kangaroo jerky, so yeah, I suppose.
Kangaroo.
I know there's like a lot of them. They're like our deer. They like jump out in front of cars and shit. Could you imagine? That'd be so crazy. Like, oh,
Right?
there's a kangaroo. Just I'd like shit myself.
Yeah, because you can guess where it's going to land, but you don't really know.
Oh, and you definitely don't want to get into you because they disembowel you with their back legs. So fuck that.
They just start gnawing on you.
No, they rock back and they use their back legs and literally like
They horse kick you.
yes, but
I thought they
it's
boxed you to death like a
no.
deer.
Everybody thought they box. They don't box actually. They rock back and use their legs and disembowel you. They'll open up your whole body cavity.
I would use my powerful tail to subdue my enemies.
I don't know. Disemboweling sounds a little bit more impactful than hitting with a tail.
I mean, I guess in the short term,
It's shorter.
you got you got to think of your long-term strategies with your kill portfolio as a kangaroo.
I mean, disemboweling is pretty much a one and done. It's a pretty good kill profile.
In my world, things are different. Okay.
All right, fair enough.
Oh, will I get in trouble for Will Smith?
What? Why?
We'll fly it. See what happens. The worst they can do is pull it down.
Chris Rock will come out and slap your ass.
That one I might not get away with. Okay, Batman and Superman. All right. Yeah, that was
Holy
crazy.
inferiority complex. I'm the sidekick in my own daydream. Sorry, that just made me think of Scrubs when he imagined he was Robin and not Batman.
No, the one I made. Just like, whoa, what? You'll see in about 20 seconds.
Oh shit.
Okay, 5 feet. Oh,
Oh, I'm gonna tell you more food booty story. I can't even say it right. Stories. She freaked out, shaved her head one day, because she
who
was.
hasn't?
I don't think I have, but I still have time. Um, she was dating like this Egyptian dude. He was really abusive and shit, and like a whole bunch of fucked up shit happened there. And yeah, she went nuts. She kept saying she thought she even took like fake engagement pictures, but he like wasn't even really her boyfriend, and she paid for him to do her, and he's like really gross. And then she started wearing like these wigs and crazy shit. I don't know, man. Some people are just crazy.
Um,
Sometimes there's a few times she shit herself on camera. Because she burps and farts, like it's gross. She thinks she's like a man or something. But it's not even decent burps. They're like, "Bleh, bleh, bleh." And I'm like, if you're gonna burp, either walrus it or shut the fuck up. But
yeah, don't tease her.
she'll sit there and push out farts, and a couple of times it ended poorly.
Oh.
Right. Well, what is the one clip? Oh, she sings live, just random shit. But sometimes she's really funny though. But she was like, red velvet. She was like, and she was like, oh, I gotta go.
Okay, that one I know they won't let me slide, but that one they definitely won't.
Is this a Glock commercial? What?
Okay, I can get away with that.
Actually, let's see what's up with Rev and Shanny. Because I saw a thing that said that Jason is too good to work at McDonald's.
Keith isn't.
Keith is the man.
That bitch will work there.
Job is a job if
I
you ain't
just,
got
I
shit.
just want to work for French fries, brother.
I got these cheeseburgers, man.
Let me get a hookup on the cook up.
Dude, it was awesome
Slide an
bringing
extra
home
patty on there for me, brother.
shit. It's
Like,
awesome
no.
with fast food. Like at the end of the night, you make shit, take shit home. It was like
Oh
the
yeah,
only perk of working fast food.
no, I would make special sandwiches at all times. Like people would know, like they could order different named shit, and it would be like a double cheeseburger with like a spicy chicken patty in between it, and like the different cheeses.
Oh, like all the McDonald's. Yeah, well,
Yeah, and
Monsters.
we would just charge them like a straight $5 on it.
Oh, okay. The McDonald's I worked at was in the mall. Ugh.
I didn't
But
work
not
at a
in
McDonald's. I worked at a Wendy's.
Oh, but not a food, but not in the food court. It had its own like area upstairs. It was weird.
I worked at the gyro spot at the food.
Really?
Yeah, I had to slice the meat off the shit and make gyros. It was pretty cool. The
That
guy
that
was
kind
just an
of
asshole. Like he would take off and just leave me there running everything. It was like, dude, it's like what, my
that's what they
third
did to
job?
me. That's what they did to me as a service writer. 17.
It's like, yeah, it's a mall crowd. Like malls were popular in the fucking 90s and early 90s still. So it's like there's especially the gyro stand, it was dope. So it was always lines. And I'm like going as fast as I can. And like the girl trainee could do no wrong 'cause she was hot. And it's just like I just look at her like, please fucking pick up the pace and help more or do something. But no.
But you never
I'm like, why do
expressed
you?
it to her, so you secretly resented it.
Well, no. Once shit was over, I'd be like, yo, you gotta go quicker. I know, I'm trying, I'm trying. I'm like, I know, I'm not picking on you. Fuck.
Oh,
And you'd
man.
be like, leave her alone. She is fine as she is. I'd be like, what? And you'd be like, go mop, and then you're done for. Like, all right, whatever,
Yeah.
bro.
They tried doing that at that mall ghetto ass McDonald's, and like they wanted to go take a smoke break, and I was like, well, shit, I want to take a smoke break, and they were like, who the fuck is you? I was like, cool. Here's my 2 weeks, bitch.
Yeah, they tried that shit fucking one time back in the day at Wendy's. They're like, you're not supposed to go outside after 9 p.m. because it's not safe. So you can't go out for a smoke break anymore because they didn't like smoking cigarettes. I'm like, that's pretty crazy shit. And then after she said it, she's like, "You go take the trash out." I'm like, "Oh, so it's safe enough to go outside to take the trash?" And that's
Right?
we got like, y'all are fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
People are dicks sometimes.
Yep. Just because, yeah,
They
their
were
life is
racist.
miserable. Yeah.
No, they were racist. They systematically got all the Mexicans out of there, so it's all El Salvadorians,
Weird.
and you got all the white people out too.
Oh.
Yeah, like they got. I wasn't doing anything wrong, so they literally had somebody lie on me. And she didn't even know what to come up with, so she said I was taking my clothes off in the kitchen.
What the fuck?
And like the manager called me in, he's like, "Come here for a minute." I'm like, "What?" And he's like, I really hate to ask you this because I've already seen the footage and it's like I don't even know what to think at this point." I'm like, "No, just what happened? Am I supposed to have done something?" He's like, "You've been accused of being inappropriate and taking off your clothes in the kitchen." And I was like, "Are you fucking? I'm being punked, right?" I was like, "You out of your
I'm
mind?
being
Like,
punked.
why the fuck would I get naked in the kitchen? Like,
Right?
that makes no fucking sense whatsoever." And he's like, "I know." And he's like, "I watched all the cameras." He's like, "You never got naked or undressed or anything." I'm like, "I know. The only thing I would
Right?
do at any point was untuck my shirt when it got hot, but beyond that, nah." And she persisted with the lie.
Damn.
And they let
See?
me go over the shit.
See?
And I filed a grievance and it took like 2 years. And then I finally got like $500 out of them over it
Why
for
that
him
shit,
properly
man?
firing me.
Always
Yeah, because after they
believe all
reviewed
women.
it was just the little Mexican lady that did it. And I think the one manager, the night manager didn't like me because she knew I was going to get her spot. Because like I was efficient, I was good. I knew how to run shit.
Yeah, you would think that that matters more because they're going to get more of a profit. But, eh.
No, they want to do things half-assed because that's the way they do them. They've been there forever, and you're just gonna have to get used to it. Like that's not what business isn't about. You being comfortable in your position because you fucking languished for so long.
Yeah, pretty much. I got fired from a deburring factory or whatever because like I simply stated that how is this guy who was supposed to be like the salesman for their services that were being done completely illegally, by the way. They were not even like OSHA. They had no OSHA standards or anything, and they're sitting there using muriatic acid and all this shit, and combusting hydrogen combusting parts. But okay, cool. But anyways, like you're supposed to be a salesperson for this stuff, and you don't even know how the process actually works. Like I just simply asked, like, oh,
Yeah,
like what is it like the temperature for the hydrogen and what you know, and
you
it's like
didn't know it. You just
it's like
seen their response to chemicals. All right, burn
right.
them. Put it in a hole and burn it quick.
Well, what they were doing is that they had a company, and I could get them in a lot of trouble, but the farmer I was living with, it's his aunt's business. So I didn't. But like they get like scrap, you know, they're scrapping obviously after a metal part, and you bust off like the framing from manufacturer or whatever, and they're supposed to give back like, you know, the metal that's worth a lot and scraps to the company. Well, they were stealing some. And well, the last day I think I was there, because apparently this was like the straw, but the company came because there was like faulty parts or whatever. They had like grease all over them, and they went and hid this bin, and this company had been complaining to them saying, "We are not getting as many scraps as we think we should," you know, blah 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 blah, and they just took this huge dumpster thing on a forklift, hid it, and then when they left, brought it back in, and I'm like, "You're gonna fire me because I said some shit like that, but you know, okay, because I could easily go to the company where in the town where my mom lives and tell them I witnessed you stealing from them, but that's cool.
It's craziness.
How do you have a business that does something like that and it's not even like regulated?
because business can spring up and start booming before they can get their heads wrapped around writing rules for it.
It's a business park.
Uh,
Damn it, I keep losing the remote. It's the most frustrating thing ever.
spend 17 minutes looking for it.
And then lose it again, and there's going to be a commercial on YouTube, and I'm going to get pissed. Oh, Platty's word for the day is onomatopoeia. 11 days ago. Who's the YouTuber that went to prison?
I don't know. There's some brunette chick I remember seeing the thumbnail, but
Yeah, I saw the. I am looking at the thumbnail. Oh my god. Foodie would eat so much in her car that she got like this tray that attaches to your steering wheel. What kind of shit is that?
that seems like it'll just smash your chest in in the event of an accident.
No, you don't drive with it. You park. We're like, okay, you park and then you put it on there, and you.
Yeah. We all know people are going to drive it.
She does it because she's too fat, but
Look, honey, I put
probably.
rollers on it so it'll go and it'll stay level when the steering wheel turns.
Oh my
I can
god.
just still graze on my french fries.
Right? Oh my gosh. So ridiculous. I can't even believe they make that shit.
That's all people do is they sit there and like, there's nothing like this that exists. And it's like, yeah, for a reason.
Right?
No, no, I'm going to make it happen. Like, all right, you'll be in the dollar store like all the rest of the bullshit.
What the? Oh god. Did you see the Cyrax video of Dude get decked?
No, I've been on here.
Well, it was
I'm
days
not,
ago. 3 days ago.
There's so much that goes through the feed. I really have to like I have like my top 20 people that I keep up with, but then there's
Yeah.
even like a top 10 and a top 5. But like I always
Yeah,
eventually manage to get back to everybody's shit eventually.
I love watching these train wrecks and Cyrax tried to talk shit to this dude and he ran. Dude was like, I'm in town. He ran up on him and got decked. And you can hear him screaming like a little bitch on the sidewalk. It's hilarious. Dude deserved it. Oh shit, he got a black eye.
I feel like there should be a thing like Hillbilly Olympics.
I think that's a noodling and gator season.
Canoodling?
Well, there's noodling.
Oh, noodling. I thought you said canoodling. That's totally
No,
different.
noodling. I'd
All
be
right,
way
who's
too.
up next?
I'm way too scared to stick my hand in the mouth of a fish like that. I just can't do it.
Right? It's just ugh.
I grew up in water, but I can't do it. Like you no,
Yeah.
especially when it's like in a hole, like because they say they like kind of hide out and like I used to watch. They had a show, like a reality show of it, and so like
It's because you can't see them and they touch you. That's what fucks up about it. It's like,
but
I
then you
don't know
have to
which
let
one
it
it is
bite
or
your
what.
arm and hand and hold on. You have to let it stay there and biting you like and then you
Yeah.
have to try to fight it like oh god because you know some of them shits are huge or they can also like clamp you down and make you get stuck down there too.
I'd have to have some kind of fish mongering glove set up,
Yeah, I
like the
saw.
nice glove and sheath. I got like the arm cuff
Yeah,
and hand.
some of them use that, some of them don't. They say they can't like feel, you know, like the shit around it, the fish or whatever. But it's just scary. Like stick your hand in this hole, see what happens.
Like a Flash Gordon. Yeah. It would have like a good start, but then it's like nowhere.
Another reason I could never play guitar.
Well, no, I mean it's like a skate park. You got the same obstacles essentially, no matter what park you are. It's just how are you going to ride them this time, and what tricks you're going to do, or how fast you're
True.
going to do it.
Ooh, excuse me.
So like it's that it ends up sounding like you're just like cruising around and it's a melody to cruise around to. But then I drove a lot back in the day, so like I make a lot of driving kind of music.
Yes, I used to do a lot of driving too, so yeah.
I need shit that's like pumping to keep me alert.
Hell yeah.
Like this is so fast. Why did you play fast so much? Because driving is.
Yep. Back when like satellite radio first came out, because I had to drive from the south side all the way to my mom's house every day for work. Oh my god, it was a really long drive during rush hour too. Ugh. So I got like satellite radio so I could listen to techno.
I had like the one car I was stuck with the 8-track player, and the only 8 tracks I could get from the thrift store, I had the Star Wars soundtrack from the movie, like the classical music score. I had like Led Zeppelin 3. I had the Superman theme song, movie soundtrack, and then like the best of the 70s disco, Disco Inferno and shit like that.
Nice.
And people were just getting like, this is so cool. I'm like, yeah, it's wonderful. We got a radio with the dial that you got to like fine tune from the 70s, or you got to do it. Then I had another car, like, it wouldn't play any disc. It had Tool Undertow stuck in it, and we couldn't get it out
Ooh.
forever. And after 6 months of being stuck with that, one day it's just like, and it ejects it.
Snatch it. Yep. Hell yeah. I had a
So
car
we're
like
like,
that too.
cool, let's put something like, what can we tolerate just in case it gets stuck again? And we're all like, all right, we'll put in one of this one where it's like a mixed disc, so at least it's a variety. Try.
Yep.
Wouldn't play. Tried another disc, wouldn't play. Like everything we tried wouldn't play. I was like, fuck it, at least Tool will play. And sure enough, put that back in, played. But
Yep.
then it never ejected after that.
When it was really cold outside, my Ford Taurus would like not accept discs. It was like, nope, not having it. Not having it at all.
That's like, who gave you the right to refuse my
Right.
service,
And
robot?
then, especially like if you were like ejecting it, and so then you try to, because it would like pop it out by like a couple inches and then suck it back in. So you had to like try to snatch it
And you
if
can't.
you cut it. Right, because you don't know which time you push the button, it's gonna come out like that far. It's
And
so,
anything you try to grip it with that would maintain a grip will fuck up the disc. So it's like,
yep. Well, then the cold usually ends up making all of those
that's
burnable
what
discs
traveling,
explode.
snowing, and there's people hitting you with sticks. It's bad. John Doe, Rubalak, crank, smoke, crank. Nah, tomorrow's Thursday. What's wrong with you, finger? Ooh, work. Because it's still cold in here. That's the problem. My hand's not warm. Oy. And I feel like I want a treat, but then it's like it's already 4 in the morning. Can't eat anything.
You can eat something if you're hungry. You're skinny as fuck. What are you talking about? Eat something.
I'm fat now.
You're
Disgusting.
fat. Yeah. Right. Yep.
Yeah.
No. Until
I'm
you have
sorry.
an ass, I don't. You don't get to call yourself fat.
No, I'm ashamed of my belly right now. It's disturbing.
You've got to be kidding me, dude. You're skinny as fuck. What are you talking about? I can show you fat belly.
That's fucking fudge. Look at that. Oh,
Oh, come on.
wow.
It is not fat.
Oh, yeah. I'm
You could
not
just
used
have.
to it. That's like abnormal to me. It's like, no, there's supposed to be muscles there. Like,
There is muscles there. You
oh,
could just have a food baby or something.
no, I don't think it's that simple.
Oh shit.
There's just too many days of cheesecake in a row. I gotta exercise more. Starve myself.
It's no.
Well, 'cause it was like if I throw up, then my voice, people on, they'll be like, "Oh, he's bulimic." They'll catch on too easily. So starving myself, they won't catch on.
Do you really have body dysmorphia like that?
No, I just don't
Oh.
like to be fat.
Oh.
I've never been fat, so I never want to get fat. So like 1 or 2 pounds in the wrong place, it's like nope, crack down. I'm strict.
Yeah.
Like if you're supposed to believe it's like the temple of God, and you want to maintain your temple, right?
Yes. But also, if you go by that premise, you are not allowed to be smoking and getting
So too.
intoxicated.
That doesn't make sense because God created fire and God created stuff and knows what happens when you smoke it or inhale the smoke. And even if you didn't
You've just
intentionally,
rationalized that. You know damn well it says this is
isn't
your
that
body.
everything?
This
Everything's
is your
just
temple.
intentional.
Don't pollute it. I was there for that sermon. I am
Yeah, they try to
confirmed.
make it about that, but then no. Cannabis is medicine, always.
Decided by man, not God.
Hey, that person's sad. Go get him high. Okay, that's how it
Not by.
works.
That's not what God said.
You gotta. How do you know what God said? You gotta look at
Because
how
it's
they
in
changed
the
the book.
fucking
Everybody
Bible,
knows they
dude.
changed the definition. They changed cannabis in the actual anointing oil in the recipe. They retranslated it to say calamus, which is poison, toxic. So you're telling me they made holy anointing oil with poison in it to put on your
I don't
fucking
know.
pineal gland?
I don't fucking know.
No.
I mean, Catholics
People that
already have.
smoke, people have always smoked. That's just how it is.
Okay.
They got pipes in Egypt. They got pipes everywhere. People smoke
People have
tobacco.
always been gay. That's how it is.
It wasn't tolerated like you think.
Yeah, and God wasn't tolerating smoking. You're the one that says it's okay. It's a double standard.
God takes his prayers with incense. You're not inhaling the incense if you're burning it.
I wouldn't know. I
How's
don't burn
that,
it.
how is breathing in anything? How is that different from smoking it? If you're burning incense or you're
You're
burning,
in. No, it's if you're intentionally intoxifying yourself. You're
it doesn't
altering.
intoxicate you.
We guess if you could say I am high, I've gotten high. That is an intoxicant. I don't really care either way. I'm just saying, like, those rules are pretty strict. That's why I say fuck them.
I have different standards of what high constitutes.
Right, but you understand that that's a rationalization that you have made to
No, that's
accept
just
what you
reality. Like
do.
when you're crossfaded, it's a whole different realm of
Yes,
perception.
but the original concept of faded, you're not supposed to be faded.
It says, "Be not drunk with wine, which is an excess."
So you would you think it's
Not
okay to
drunk.
smoke?
Yeah.
Yeah, not in excess. So then, like, don't pollute your
What is
temple. You're not
excess?
supposed to be smoking
It's
anything.
on each person to determine what is excessive.
Mm, not if God's keeping track.
Even if he is, Jesus saves. So I'm already forgiven before I even committed the sin. It was atoned for. So I can't
Oh
win.
no 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 no! That's not quite how that works. No no no.
Yeah, it falls into the category all things are permissible, but not all things are beneficial.
If if all
Later, maybe.
if all sins I've been like pre-forgiven, then I could go and kill my neighbor and we're good?
If you repent,
You didn't say repent.
well, I mean, you gotta like ask God's forgiveness for it, you know. That would be just like you got. I think about it in terms like a parent, you know, how you deal with your kid. Like your kid knows you did wrong. You don't want to really harp on him too bad, depending on how bad the shit is. But at the same time, he's got to know he fucked up and to do his best not to do it again. So you set up your own little consequences. Like their nature just falls into line once you become a parent. Like you understand the full workings of everything. It's crazy. Smoking's the least anyone's worries, especially when people have cars. You can look at the data and it shows that a car produces 10 million
That has
times
nothing to do
the
with
amount of
religion,
carbon
dude.
monoxide per
It's
second
nothing.
as a cigarette. So if cigarette smoking is so bad, then car pollution is 10 million times worse than that per second. Ban
That's
cars, then you can worry about me smoking,
the
right?
most backward ass shit I've ever heard.
No, that's math. That's the data.
That's
That's
not
what the
math.
data.
That's called your rationalization to make something okay. That's fine. You can do that. Okay.
There's no law against smoking.
Right. But if you want to say that you are
The
like,
only
you,
weird, the only weird law that was all Mosaic law. That was Moses' shit. As my dad often liked to remind us, we're not Jewish.
I'm Lutheran and it was a sermon that you are not to pollute your temple, and that includes
What
putting
define pollution? See, that's the thing. Who gets to define the pollution?
of your body. You do by what you choose to put in it. You choose.
You go. So if I don't think it's bad, then it's not bad by definition, right or wrong.
Wrong. It's fine. I mean, you can justify it
Okay,
any way
so
you
then why
want.
not? Why not worry about mental pollution?
The
Is it
Bible's,
mentally healthy to feed on crime and psychosis and
well, I don't believe in God,
Marilyn
so
Manson imagery and
I can
all
do
that shit?
whatever.
Doesn't that pollute your mind to a degree?
I hope so, because I don't believe in God. Nor would I pretend like I do.
Right on. I won't mock you for it.
Yeah, I'd hope
Nor
not.
will I try to convince you otherwise. It's not my job.
Correct. Yeah, and I would leave anyways. I'd never come back.
Well, no, that's the whole point. It's like people expect that shit. It's like, nah, it's not like that. I'll tell you how I think about it, but that's how I
Right.
think. That's what life's taught me. I don't care if anybody else is convinced or not. Like, you got your own shit in life to deal with. I got mine.
Yep. Yep. I guess I maybe like part of me is just surprised that you are Christian. Um, yeah,
Why?
it's
Because the
what.
animal sacrifice?
What?
Because of all the animal sacrifice or what?
I hope not. Oh, because of
I'm not up here doing anything overtly evil. Or subtly.
because all the drugs.
How can drugs be bad? God made the chemicals to interact with our brain. We have cannabinoid receptors
God.
in our
Okay, so
brain.
then God gave us the tools for guns. Doesn't mean you should probably go shoot yourself. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why I don't shoot myself. Because, yeah, you can do some stuff, but it's not beneficial. So you got to decide what's wise. Smoking doesn't hurt me. I have great
Uh,
lung capacity. I've been checked
and
out.
if
I'm
so, if you're
fine.
diagnosed with cancer tomorrow, you're gonna say that it wasn't from smoking? Yeah.
Correct. It would be from asbestos, if anything.
Not if you didn't already have it, brother. That that's already gone. Like
According
the
to
wind.
the American Cancer Society's own statistics, and I argued with the guy until he pulled out his calculator and did the math to find the read. He said you're twice as likely to die from secondhand smoke. I said, great, then I'm gonna keep smoking because I'm half as likely to die. He's like, what? I'm like, yeah, do the math. And he had to agree. He's like, I mean, that's a valid point, but still, you shouldn't smoke. I'm like, do you eat fatty foods? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, well, you could have cholesterol issues. You shouldn't do that either. And he's like, well, that's different. I'm like, because why? Because you
It's
can
not
exercise.
different though. No, you
It's
no, you're right.
always going to be something. It's like, who gives a fuck? As long as you're not
God
violating somebody
God does.
or
That's what I'm
violating
saying.
nature. That's what it's all. There's laws of nature. People violate the laws of nature. That's when they're in error. When you go against biology and you try to make an exit and entrance, that's unnatural. That's when you're breaking the rules of nature. That's when you're getting frowned on by God or whatever you want to call it. It's basic common sense. If you think about it, it's just being good stewards of what you have around you, you know? Just like when you take care of your yard. Like any setting you put it in, humans do the same essential thing. They organize it and try to make out their own little territory, and they take care of it to a degree until some kook comes along and is like, nope, we all have to have this standard. And that's when shit goes south. Homeowners associations. Ugh. They're so nitpicky, dude. Because I walk around and there's other places that got taller trees than mine. I'm like, their shit's taller than the roof. Why do they get to have their shit taller than the roof?
Hmm.
My fig tree could be fucking ginormous.
It'll get there.
No, they make me keep it below 15 feet. So I
Oh,
usually
there's it's
I keep it like,
regulated.
yeah,
I didn't know that. I had no idea.
because they fussed at me for a while, and I'm like, look, I had management's permission to plant the shit, so I don't know why y'all are crying about it. And then when they redid the fencing in the back, I was tricky, and I knew the hedges would grow back, so I was like, I want you guys to do the hedges because my arm's kind of bugging me today. She knew I'm handicapped, so she's like, all right, no big deal. And fucking yeah, they all grew back. So when it comes down to it, if it fucks up the fence again, it's on them. If she tries to complain about it, I'll be like, look, man, I let y'all take those hedges out. They grew back. What do you want from me? But usually they've been pretty cool.
That's good.
We just had one dickhead manager in for a minute. That chick was just like, I want to implement new shit. I'm like, no, no, no.
Yeah, they don't even implement the rules where I live, so it's fucking bullshit.
Well, it's just like all the stupid rules. Like, I can understand keeping your grass short, but it's a fucking shade tree and it's hot summertime. I want that shit blocking the sun as it rises coming through my windows.
You're
And
not
then
allowed to
in
have.
the
It's
back,
not allowed to be.
I had it set up so that the trees would block the sun from every angle. The other manager didn't give a fuck. She understood it. As long as they weren't scraping the roof or the awning, that was their thing. But then the newer one, it's like, no, it's got to be a certain height because that's what
Ugh.
everybody likes. And it's like, who are these everybody's? I thought we're supposed to be doing our part to fucking help the environment, trying to grow healthy giant trees, and you're making me stay sapling size. Like, but it's supposed to be a healthy, clean, green,
It sounds
fucking
like a housing authority. Ugh.
yeah, because everybody gets bought out. They're called the Ventura Investment Group, and they've been silently buying up everything. So they literally own like this whole swath of town.
Yeah,
It's
the company that's like came and got us also did the same thing. They picked up like 50 properties or something, and they're complete douches. Can't do
I
shit.
wish they would just come and be like, "Hey, here's like 5 grand bounce." I'd be like, "All right,
They made me give up my voucher because they couldn't figure out how to do the paperwork and told me I was wrong.
no, just score a HUD home, fixer upper or something. Just get on that action."
No, I'm just saying like what recently happened here. This shitty ass place. You get a Section 8 voucher and they're like, oh no, your apartment's too big. We're not going to accept that.
Shit, they cut that off here. There's no more getting on the list. The list is so long they won't be able to fill it for the next 15 years. That's how long the wait is for some people. So they
It's
stopped
like that. It's
accepting.
like that in certain counties here too. I'm surprised that my name ever came up because like in other counties, like Waukesha County, for example, yeah, I think it's closed and it's like an 8 like year wait, you know? I actually
Yeah,
came
that's
up and got
insane.
a
Like,
voucher, and they fucked me over.
I'd be like, I need help with the house today. 8 years? Like,
Yeah, they
why
don't care.
bother? Why
They don't care.
fucking bother?
I never put myself on a list for that reason. I had no,
Not
yeah,
like that.
yep.
I mean, if they said, yo, you want to be on this list 8 years from now, we'll give you like a diamond guaranteed. It's going to be worth like 10K. All right, put me on that list. I could wait for
Right.
that. Or like 10 years from now, we'll have a supermodel come over and bang you or something. Like, something worthwhile where it's like, yeah, I got that looking forward to. Work shitty, but I got that diamond one day. But like, nah,
Yeah, I know. Stupid.
perplexing. America's a perplexing place because there's just too much dum-dums and pseudoscience and pseudo everything. I can identify as a reporter. I can identify as a woman. I can be a wolf. I'm a Pokemon. Like, bitch, you're wearing mittens and a fucking hat with ears. You're not a fucking Pokemon. Like, grow up. You're
Dude,
crazy.
somebody made
Like,
Cocaine Bear Australia, and it's a koala. Sorry.
can't.
Oh,
I
no,
still think the craziest movie was the one where the tire was the killer. Did you see that?
probably not.
I think it's called Tire. It's on YouTube movies. But
Yeah,
yeah, they made the killers a tire.
that's
No
odd.
rims, just the rubber tire.
No, not even the rim.
It's so bad, it's good.
Oh, it's like what was that
It's
movie?
like how
Tomatoes,
are they gonna make a
tomatoes,
tire?
or whatever the fuck that was. Was it like that? I heard that was really bad.
No,
But
it's on a whole other level. It's
is
like
it like
this is
Kung Fury?
it's terrible, but it's genius all at once.
Like Kung Fury.
Yeah, it's just like wow, this is astounding. But it's so absurd that it is funny.
I wish they would add to that. I wanted to see him fight dinosaurs and Hitler.
I always thought that guy was Henry Winkler's kid.
God, they put up a Henry Winkler fucking statue at Brewer Stadium. I just happened to be there that day. It was really weird. He like drove around and the fuck. Oh yeah, 'cause that fucking show was here, right? That like Happy Days custard stand is that one and fuck. Okay, yeah. I couldn't remember what his ties were to Wisconsin, but it's that
Then
fucking
when
ice
the
cream.
spin-off, Laverne show, there was a spin-off from it, wasn't it?
I don't know. My grandma watched that shit. I didn't watch it.
Fonzie was cool.
Yeah, I guess.
He had a motorcycle. Dude, I was like 4 years old, 3 years old. He was
Yeah.
cool. He had a motorcycle and he rocked. Like he played music and rock and roll.
He was the man. He was the man. I think of Henry Winkler and I think of the Water Boy, where he's sitting on a football
I
being
always think
weird.
of little Nicky. What
Oh,
about Henry Winkler covered in bees?
oh, did
Ah!
they do that? I haven't seen that in forever. That movie was
Yes.
kind of stupid, but it is funny. It was really
He could have
stupid.
done it without that stupid speech impediment. That's what bugged me.
Oh, really?
'Cause, yeah, the way he talked, it was like, and doing the eyes, like, I just didn't like the mannerisms and the affectations as much. Like, he could have hunched over and walked like that and be cool with, like, a weird contact might have worked, but trying to do crazy eyes the whole time, it's like we've seen that a million times. So it's not effective. I expect more.
There's like the dog fell asleep and it's like la 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 la. Or when they play one of the records backwards, it really does say some fucked up shit. Yep.
Popeyes is the shiznit.
Oh my god. Popeye's chicken is a shiznit.
Because it was unexpected.
I know. I didn't think it was funny at first, but now I'm just like, ugh.
See, if you were high, you would. You'd understand.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
It's
Not,
just designed. It's a therapeutic thing. It reduces your blood pressure. That's essentially all marijuana does. Lowers your blood pressure temporarily and allows you to relax. It lets your muscles relax. It lets you clear your head.
not if it makes
Some
you
people, some
paranoid.
people are, yeah, some people are sensitive in different ways and they have different reactions, just like anything else. There's people
Yeah,
that can't eat peanuts or they die, So
yeah,
you can't, you got to think about the classifications and then you got to think about it. It's an individual thing. What doesn't hurt people in one case can kill somebody else in another case and vice versa.
yeah. I don't
Like I
know.
can smoke everything under the sun and my lungs are healthy and I can breathe great and I get checkups and I'm fine. It's not aging me. Like I'm not smoking American cigarettes with all the additives in them either. These are like natural tobacco and clove. That's it. There's no preservatives or anything like if you get a Marlboro, there's 99 chemicals put into it. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing put into this except plant matter. And as my Native American forefathers enjoyed their Sacramento tobacco, so much I.
Oh my god, somebody, what show was that? They were like, you should have uh, a Native American themed Christmas. And the person was like, yeah, maybe we should. I was like they had a Christmas. They didn't believe in God. I was like rolling on the ground so
You
fucking
have to
hard.
like research it because some of them like it means different stuff than you would think. So you got to like actually look into it before you call somebody something, or it could be offensive.
Oh, I know.
I learned the
I
hard way, of course, by saying something and thinking I was saying something else, but no.
Yeah, me too. And I still have words I'm sure I don't know are off limits. I can't believe that trying to say there's classifications of people is wrong. I know you feel that way too, but
Yeah,
like
because I
this,
took genetics in college, and it says there are no markers for race genetically. The
this
only way they
trait.
determine they can pinpoint like clusters of your genetics in
Well, that's
certain spots
changed
and
though.
say
They
that you're
do what do they call that? The DNA, and it can actually tell you their race. Like, or I'm sorry, skin, would it be skin tone? I don't even know how you properly say these things, but like there are now, because you know they're discovering every day like what these traits on chromosomes lead to, you know. So
well, it's like humans change color and you adapt to your environment. When you're
hmm
in the canopy of the jungle, you're gonna have darker skin because there's less light penetrating, so your melanin cells get larger to absorb more light. And when you're like in the cold north, your skin turns super white
yep.
because it's bombarded, so it doesn't need to take in as much because it's taken in so many little amounts
But
everywhere.
you know that that would be an example of evolution, right?
It's adaptation.
Which is a form of
Evolution's been
evolution.
soundly disproven.
No, it really
The
hasn't.
fossil record proves it. Sharks today look like sharks from when they said they were, which is bullshit because their radioactive half-life nonsense would have already expired long ago just by them saying the Earth is more than 1 million years old.
You don't know what the half life of carbon 14 is, though, and if it may not be able to.
But they
Just
do know the half-life of other things like uranium,
they know the half life of carbon too.
and it
I'm
would have
just
expired. It would have expired 50 times over.
not if its
You
decay
gotta, you
rate.
gotta, you gotta look into it. I'm telling you, there's so much
I did. I
research.
had to do chemical fucking math problems with the shit. I'm telling you that for carbon dating, like I think it's sort of written in my fucking calculator.
Carbon
Um,
dating.
Carbon dating with radioactive carbon 14. I think it has to oxidize before breakdown can occur. So if it's buried within the earth, I do not believe
Yeah, but what
undisturbed.
about the Mount St. Helens research?
I don't know what it did say.
Okay, so you gotta watch those programs on it, and then you'll be like, oh my gosh, okay, I see what you're talking about. Like, so you remember the volcano erupted, right? It
Sure.
blew off like a huge section of the mountain. It changed
Okay.
and altered the landscape radically and rapidly. It made
Yes.
coal beds. It did all these things that they were saying, oh, this takes hundreds of thousands of years and just the right
No, they're
magical conditions to
pretty well
happen.
aware
The
that.
shit. No, they had shit happen in weeks and months that they were used to think took all these bunches of years and whatnot. So it's like it's disproven a lot of what they used to consider solid science. And just like I was asking someone today, I'm like, people are like, well, this is just a book and that's just a book. I'm like, well, you believe math, right? And I was like, yeah, of course you do. But it's the Pythagorean what? Theorem. Everything's hypothesis, it's theories. It's the theory of relativity.
Actually,
Black
scientific
holes theoretical.
scientists, when they say a theory, they actually have evidence for it. That means they have actually proven it.
But it's not undisputable. You can make a sound
Technically,
logical argument against.
everything is disputable. If you want to be like that, you know what I'm saying? For sake of
But
arguing, I could come up with all types of shit, and it makes me
no,
feel
no, no, no,
good,
no.
and
It's
like
got
I'm
to be
telling
a
the
it's
truth.
got to be a sound logical argument in principle and in practice. Like it's got to stand up to rigorous scrutiny. You can't just make a claim against somebody's shit on that level of intellectual people. Those guys are super selfish and narcissist. They're like they wouldn't allow that. They'd be like, no, 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 I'm right. Prove it, prove I'm wrong.
Right, right. I'm just saying though, the theorem, the way they use theory means that they like have proved it. I didn't know that. Like I was really surprised to hear that. I think that was evolutionary class. Um, the
Yeah,
hypothesis,
well, they
I
can
guess, is
prove
the original like maybe maybe not thing, and then the theory is like the proof of it or something.
amoebas don't turn into dogs.
Cool.
Mitosis and meiosis. Cells divide and duplicate. They only become themselves. Every DNA code is different for every creature on the planet. They don't all come from one code. They might have, basic elements that are the same because that's just the design of living creation. But people that are trying to say this animal turned into that animal are like ridiculous. You only get new species by crossbreeding and interbreeding different animals, like donkeys and
Yeah, I'm
horses
not
with mules.
claiming
And
that animals do like
no,
morphed.
but there's people that really think that people came from monkeys and dumb shit like that. And it's like you're out of your freaking mind.
Well, again,
Find
that's
one,
not
find one
what I was
monkey
talking.
since so no monkey ever since then has ever transformed the same way. Like nothing's ever like that's bullshit, and they know it.
Yeah, I don't.
Our
I don't.
consciousness, our awareness, and appreciation is you don't just happen upon something like that. You know what I mean?
Oh no,
How would you?
conscious consciousness would
How
take
would
a
this
while.
just happen? And
Uh,
it's inconceivable. It's there's no fucking way.
but to say that adaptations are not a form of evolution is not fair because survival of the fittest means you have adapted to your environment.
Yeah, but what if your environment's mellow and you don't really adapt at all? You're just in existence. Like it
You don't
just
have
depends
to
where you're at on the
evolve.
planet.
You can actually even evolve badly, like you know what I'm saying? Like it happens both ways, or not at all.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Other
It's
people can
just
go
an
to a different climate
adaptation.
and it degenerates them. They
Yeah.
develop asthma or they can't take the different sea level pressures or like there's all sorts of stuff that hits people when they move around.
Or we for the people that you know aren't lactose intolerant, that was something we adapted from, which I don't even agree with drinking cow's milk, but
Yeah, I
whatever.
don't agree with milk at all. My kid's like that too. Like grandpa's always wanting to drink goat's milk and he makes him chug it. He's like, I don't like goat milk. He's like, I don't want to drink milk. I'm like, it's for animals. He's like, right?
Yep.
And then I was like grossing him out. I'm like, if I wanted some milk, I'd want some titty milk.
That's
And he's like,
basic.
ah, you're
That makes
sick.
more.
I'm
I
like,
know it sounds sick, but it's
no,
really what we should have been doing in the first fucking place. Yeah, it because
it makes
milk.
more sense than a fucking goat or a cow.
Hell yeah. Um,
Like,
actually, if you're drinking a lot of milk, does lead to cancer, or like it, helps, not help, like can contribute to cancer.
because you're taking cow
I
antibiotics,
know. Well, no, not antibiotics.
cow hormones, and you're taking like your meat's
Yeah, it's
cool to eat. You
animal shit.
digest that
Yeah.
shit, you process it. You just take the proteins out and shit. But milk's different. That shit liquid, so it pushes shit through you. And they're like, so much nutrients. It's like, yeah, and so much other shit that you're not talking about. That you don't understand what it does. But they do. That's why they always laugh and tell you you are what you eat. Because literally, you eat a bunch of pig, you're going to turn into a pig. You eat a bunch of cow, you're going to turn into a cow. You eat a bunch of chicken, you kind of stay wiry. But you're not thinking right. You had to have a combination of the three.
I don't know about that, but I mean, there's your nutrients, macro and micro. I think regardless of the source, if you get those and not bad things together, you're good.
Okay, what does the animal eat? It eats all the plants, right? And it condenses them into what? The perfect muscle, right? It's lean, it's nutritious. They've already done the legwork. That's the form. Everybody's like, we need the perfect combination of vitamins. There it is. It's meat. Like,
Well,
it's
I
right
mean,
there in
red
front of you.
red meat has a lot of downfalls too, but I mean, I love meat. Don't get me wrong.
That's
I mean,
based on
I'm
that.
a
Yeah, I agree
carnivore
with
like
that.
a motherfucker.
The way they process it, a lot of the processing is bad for it.
Well, no,
But
red
if
meat.
you're
I mean,
doing it
health wise,
correctly,
they'll tell you not to eat red. Like I'm not supposed to be eating red meat,
yeah,
but
because they've got vested the people. You got to look at who sponsors what too to see where their interests lie and how much truth there is to what they're putting out there.
no,
Red meat's bad,
I go
and
on
then you
Google
look at the back, you look
Scholar.
at the tail end of the movie, and it'll be like paid for by the Poultry Association.
Yeah, I don't watch movies or base it on shit like that. I go to Google Scholar and look at the research um, that's done and peer reviewed. So yeah, I don't really like sensationalism. I've fallen for it many times, and I'm
No,
like,
more.
okay,
It's actually like baby mama she was studied nutrition in college, so she always telling me all these facts and different stuff about animals and whatnot. Because I was like, I don't think chicken's the best bird to eat. I think pheasant's a lot better from everything I'd read, or even quail, like health wise, and they're easier to raise and cheaper to raise. So it's like, why wouldn't you just have them roam around?
are you allowed to have raised quails?
They're native out here, so I mean, it
Really?
happens.
There's really
Yeah,
quails out there? Oh my god!
I've seen quails and pheasant and roadrunners up in the hills where my
A
friends ranch.
roadrunner? You saw a
Yeah,
roadrunner?
it's
That's
not like
so
the
cool.
cartoon.
I know they're little shits, but I want to see one. I love birds. They're just so cool.
There's rattlesnakes and
No,
fucking
no, no, no,
beavers.
no, 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 no.
Also,
Yeah, we had rattlesnakes in Florida too. Nope.
I wonder what format they put it in. I have to look at that before I shut the big machine down. So I was like,
What?
you can isolate separate audio tracks and download. What form? Because if it's the right format and I can just throw a video to it, then it would actually be cool because I could edit out
Oh,
stuff
if
I
you're gonna put like music to a video, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I can do that at any time, but like with this, it'll take it from stuff that because sometimes I'll come up with shit and like I won't remember it, but I'll really enjoy it at the time. You're like, oh, I need to remember that. Most of the time I do, but there's the rare occasion where I'm like, I just came up with so much good shit. I was just, my mind was elsewhere. And then the next day when I go to make a video, then I forget it. Because if I do it that night, I don't forget it. But sometimes if I don't do it till the next day, it's like, oh, what the hell was I playing? And I'll have to do like 2 or 3 takes before I exactly remember it. And then I'll be like, oh yeah, 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 now I remember it. But
I think
even though it's in my head,
MP3 is like your best like luck for any like or anything you want to do for it.
yeah, but I think if I throw it in MP4, then I can layer
That,
an image into it or other video clips.
oh, you're gonna just have it as MP4 from the get.
But
But I
even if
think
it
you
is
have,
MP3, it would still format it into MP4 as soon as you make it with the video overlays,
well,
like
right.
Power Director.
But I think if you're gonna do like, I mean, maybe it could work. That's kind of like reverse engineering in a way.
Well, no, that's how Power Director does. You have your video clips, and then if you want, you can throw an audio track over them.
Right, but like for the editors I have, they have to be MP3 format to add to the MP4 versus like what you're saying. But maybe that'll work too just as well. I have never tried. I'm not good at editing yet.
Well, like if you're recording shit with your phone, yeah, it's dope. I have a program on the computer. I just don't remember which one it is, but it makes slideshows and you can put music tracks over it and all kinds of doodad stuff. But I just haven't
Yeah,
sat down and taken the time because I got so overwhelmed with so many photographs, videos.
you have a couple of like hacked. I got like hacked apps on my phone, so I didn't have to pay for it for editing. So I know both of them would require MP3 for sound layering. Because yeah, that'd be so cool to be able to make like I really want to learn how to like make my own videos and sound like that.
Just get the Power Director app. That's the easiest one. It just drag and drop the files. It has each thing. You can put a video, photograph, you put it in the little slot. And then if you got an MP3, you drag that to the slot. And then you push the button to preview it. And you get to see how it looks. And then you just publish it and fucking save it to your phone and then you can upload it from there.
Yeah, but like
It's a like it works pretty good. It
I
just
just
says
want.
Power Director up in the corner. It has its little watermark.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I think Cinemaster is the other one I use. There's like
Yeah,
iOS gods and Cinemaster. Yeah, I think I have the full version
Mac.
of that. That one's confusing to me. I use my other one. It's way simpler, but I can only edit on my phone.
What's the one everybody keeps talking about? Chandra? Or
I don't know. I know the best one is Adobe, but you have to pay for it. There's Wondershare, isn't it? I think, but you have a
I
watermark
just
unless
go
you
with
pay.
whatever's got the best reviews and ratings, honestly.
That's Adobe then, by far.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
Adobe.
I'm not paying for that shit. So
Oh!
I will use my hacked ass shit.
Adobe Photoshop was fun back in the day. Everybody would get mad because I'd go to their house and just burn their printers out, printing up banners and pictures and shit. Why did you print all that stuff? Like, because I had the opportunity. Now my dad's mad. He told me so. I'm like, well,
Oh God, ink and
you
printers.
blame.
I
You can't
just
blame me.
I just printed out like a fee waiver and application for a passport. And like, oh my God, I probably need to buy ink already.
That's what I tell people. Just get the $30 printer scanner combo. And then when it burns out, buy another one because it's like $10 cheaper than the replacement cartridge just for one of them.
Actually, the companies have smartened up and they do not give you full cartridges with new purchases. They already caught on to that years ago.
That's called the fuck shit.
It is kind of the fuck shit. I agree. I have a decent printer. The problem is like I have two printers technically, but one of them would literally only accept brand ink from its maker there because they're all microchipped.
Yeah, because they
And
made those injectors, so then they had to compensate for that.
well, they didn't have to program it to be its brand only. That's just a dick shit thing to do, instead of like refillables and shit. So during the pandemic, I got another printer, so the cartridges and shit are way cheaper,
All
way
right.
cheaper.
Well, motherfucker's going batshit.
Has he got zoomies?
Yeah, he just leaped up into Max's bed, which is a bunk bed.
Oh, I
Like
used to
the
have a
room I used
stripey
to
that
live in.
loved the top bunk. He was so cute.
Dude, if you're trying to lure another cat into the house through the window, good luck. That window doesn't open like that. Crazy dick. He might not be. I imagine he's a lot smarter than he might
Right, little devil
be. He's
shits.
not. Because I've seen what he can do. He'll walk with us to the store. He doesn't need a leash. And like I
Shut
can
up.
tell him to get down and he's willfully disobedient. So I make him, but then he does submit. So it's like, yeah.
I don't know, some
He
animals
behaves more
just
like
want
a
to press
dog.
their
Like,
luck.
yeah, he takes commands and operates more like a dog.
That's cool. I love doggy cats. They're so cool.
Cat dog.
Cat dogs, right?
Yeah, dog.
That's a little cat dog.
That'd be a good one to pull out of karaoke. People be like, what?
Oh, they
Oh,
would have to
shit.
know cat dog.
Like, that's right.
The shit is this? Beers with bad company. What? What? Did you hear somebody talking about cats? What? Come here.
No.
Yeah, he just looked at me like, what?
I
Come
looked at
here.
me.
Come here. Don't step on my. Ow, ow, ow. My bad leg. He always just stands on my bad leg. I
You
swear he
jumping.
knows. He knows. Oh my god, that hurts. Dick. Oh, oh,
Something
hurts.
glued, they glued him into the cheese. Like, what? That's crazy.
The episode where a platypus makes a mistake and begs for. Uh-oh. What did Platy do?
Who, where, what?
It says the episode and it has fucking the dude on the thing and it's like I can't be worried about that shit. Life goes on, man. Big Lebowski, but it says the episode where a platypus makes a mistake and begs for. I'm going to assume it goes on to say forgiveness.
Hmm. I don't know.
Mm,
Yeah, I don't know. I
I don't
don't
know
know.
either. I don't feel
I
like
don't know.
pushing play. I just like I don't even care that much because it ain't with me.
Pretty much.
You know.
Like, it's just healthier mentally to like not over focus on anything, honestly.
Yeah, especially if you eat emotion.
Well, even if you don't think you do, you're influenced in so many ways by so many different things. So it's like,
No, I said eat. Like I can eat emotions like you
uh,
know,
like
and then
comfort.
you're carrying it. No, no, no. Like like as an empath, you would absorb it. You know, like ugh. So I have to like put up better
I
shield.
view food as a necessary evil.
Yeah, but it
My
too.
ultimate rule in life was to have inhalable food, like a big form of nutrients. So I can just,
I wanted a pill like the Jetsons.
nah, I don't even want a pill. I don't want waste. I don't want solid waste. Because taking a shit takes too much time out of your life in your day.
A pill. I mean, a pill form. You could maybe they could make a way for it to, once. your whole body uses it up and you don't have to have waste. You know what I mean?
What,
Just
like a
the
century?
just like, the nutrients you need and your body will absorb it and you're Gucci. I wish.
I mean, they always claim they can do that shit, but then it never really works.
No, we need calories.
Too concentrated, it's got to be slowly digested. Whereas in
Well,
inhalable form,
well,
you
inhalable just takes it to the bloodstream. I mean, it's a faster way of
inhalable,
doing
inhalable,
it.
inhalable
Inhalable.
nanonutrients.
Yeah. I don't know.
That
I
could be
mean, maybe, like your alveoli can't handle, having those pass through the membranes on. Well, I don't know. Can blood cells even carry? No, I'm going down a whole different thing. I'm just shut up. Thinking
yeah,
too
like
much.
there's a lot of different thoughts. See, that's why you'd have to get scientists together on the project. You can't just go all willy nilly.
I just don't think that's something they could do right now. Because I mean,
They'd
unless
have to
you're able
try
to
and
condense calories, because you need calories for ATP production, and the calcium channels for muscle movement. Um, yeah, I don't know. What the fuck is this? Reggie Drago is coming on Pokemon Go. Uh oh.
oh snap! I don't know who that is.
Sorry, I spoof Pokemon
Who
Go.
that?
So
Who that?
if there's a new 5-star character, I need to take care of it. Damn it, my phone's probably dead.
Ooh, my son likes Pokemon because one of the neighbors gave him all the card sets.
My brother used to have the card sets. He still plays the video games, but he doesn't play Pokemon Go because if you play legit, you actually have to go outside and walk around and stuff. Um, and it's like good exercise and shit. Who would want to do that, right? But if you're handicapped, you can cheat by breaking an Android phone and making it think you're wherever in the world you want to be.
You could point it at a poster.
What?
Point it at a poster of scenery or like scenery channel. Pull it.
Sometimes it's cool to go to other countries because, like, even though it's kind of like a cartoonish background or whatever, you still get to see like the Pokestops will come up with real pictures and you can see landmarks and shit. It's really cool. I've seen some really weird shit in Asia for Pokestops.
Schnoiz. Schnoiz.
Shnoik,
Schnoiz.
shnoikies.
Welcome back. Still.
Can't find the phone. Why are you? I brushed you already today. You need to stop being such a bitch.
Came back right at the end. It's 5 a.m. almost. Got 2 more minutes. Then we'll call it a broadcast day.
Fair enough. 7 a.m. Yep. Time for bed. Sleep during the day.
But I gotta wind down for a little bit with some Skyrim, catch a buzz, and then I'll go to sleep.
You don't come on here with a buzz?
No, I didn't even get stoned tonight. I've been really holding back my consumption. I've cut back a lot.
Just conserving? Because, like, if I had a shitload
Yeah.
of weed, I would never be sober.
No, it's just fun to play with willpower and just do what you want. Like some days I'll be like, all right, I'm only gonna do a little hit every half hour as needed. But then other days, like I'll be in pain, so there's nothing I can do but get hammered until I feel
True.
good and maintain that.
True.
It just honestly depends what my shoulder's doing and my back. But most of the time, I just have like I'll do like maybe 2 hits in the morning and then I'm good till lunchtime. Because I'm not really doing anything too horrible beyond vacuuming dishes and shit like that. Yard work, basic shit. It just builds up. And then by the end of the day, it's all just like,
Yeah. Pain. Can't wait for pain relief.
the price you pay for being a stuntman. Scapegoated. and riding bikes and riding quads and riding dirt bikes and surfing, snowboarding, and
Yep,
fucking everything else we could think of.
that's awesome.
Exactly. I earned it, so it's like I don't regret it. It's like, hurts.
I regret playing Pokemon Go and breaking like my leg off, but
You broke your leg off?
well, no, like the reason I'm handicapped is because I slipped on ice playing Pokemon Go and ripped a whole bunch of tendons
Mm.
and cartilage and shit like that.
Yeah, see, that's why they end up giving me mine, because my tendon went for I lost
Yeah,
range of motion.
yeah. Well,
And that's it,
they didn't
too.
attempt any surgery because they didn't listen to me for over a year.
I have big lungs, so they couldn't do surgery.
Why would big lungs not make you? That would be a good thing.
Because the way they do the procedure, where they enter from, the way they have,
Oh,
it's like you have to follow the procedure, and that's just how it's done. That's the entry point.
mm.
It's too big for my lungs. Plus, I'm like, I was older when it happened too. I think I was like 42. So I was already old as a candidate for anything like that.
No, if 42
Not
and you're
being
not
right-handed,
fat or
so
nothing, you're considered to be a healthy candidate.
I would, but I
I
don't
think
know.
you would be. You're in pretty good health,
I
and
don't identify as a doctor right now, so I can't concur.
no, I will. I mean, I've just seen their criterion as of late, but
I
for
have
on
to
a couple.
Google a bunch of things and then pretend I know what I'm talking about. Or I could look in the DSM-4.
That's for. Well, they moved on to 5 for psychological things, but
Yeah, but I don't have
that's
money
not.
to waste on books. Like,
Well, no, you could look it up online, but the DSM is for psychiatric.
I know.
Oh, oh, I mean, I don't think that they're gonna take your psychiatry into to play to fix your like fucking arm.
It's all, everything comes into play. It's got to. There's got to be a way to manifest healing. Got to be.
Well, yeah, and that would be by like
People
not
wouldn't keep,
denying
people would not,
somebody.
it's happened. It's documented that it's happened to so many people on so many crazier levels that just getting my arm fixed doesn't seem like it should be too big of a minor mirror. I think it's just a matter of having the right people connect
Or
to make
just
it happen.
a doctor who gives a shit. Few and far between, but if you could find one, then I don't know, they'll keep it real with you. They'll be honest, they'll explain it to you.
I don't know. I never really had doctors because I was always healthy. I still am,
Yeah.
aside from my recent injuries and permanent injury.
We'll even find you for an orthopedic. Like, because the whole the ortho
I
I
go
tried going
wherever
to.
I go wherever the lawyer's going to tell me to go. That's where I'm going.
Shit, yeah. Oh,
Gets
yeah.
paid for, and then it proves my case, and they're like, "Look, this back's thrashed." It's obviously, and I got testimony from everybody. They were always short staffing me, trying to get me to quit, but I wasn't breaking rules or doing anything wrong. All that, like everything's in my favor.
Oh,
It's
you're
just
getting unemployment?
no, no, no. With my lawsuit against the company,
Oh, okay.
it was discrimination. Like the chick that they'd hired, like had it in her mind that she was just going to get rid of all the old crew and fucking
Yeah.
bring in everybody that she used to work with the big lots. It was like that's not how it works here. Like I earned my position, and everybody else has earned their position. You've been here. You've been here a long time. Like fuck off. But she was dead set on getting me out of there, and she did.
Yeah, it's like,
And her house burned
unfortunately.
down.
Sorry. Oh, wait,
Seriously,
did
her
you say
house burned
your
down.
your house
No,
or
her
her?
her house burned
Oh,
down
her
two
house.
days after because she did me dirty, and God
Yep.
paid her back.
Yeah. bitch got.
Or maybe not God. I don't know. I don't know. I won't
Well,
say that.
no, I don't care. I
She
don't
got
care. You're right.
justice. In my mind, that was justice. It's like, all right, you fucked me. Well, let
Yeah,
life
that would
fuck
be
you
yeah,
because you know
like
you did me
karma.
wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, totally. I get it. All right, man. You want to go to bed?
yeah. I'm just gonna finish smoking call tonight. But it's been a fun one. Hopefully, everybody was entertained the whole time.
Right. And if I said anything to offend anybody, I deeply apologize. All right,
They're
man. You have a
offended. They
good
can
night.
always come back and discuss it
All right. Have a
rationally.
good one.
All right, you too. Take care, Americanos. God bless. Peace. Have a great morning and a day. Woo!